Hello guys, let's just put the music, one more table, and we are ready. Let me see how it looks. Okay, one more, then it will look okay. Mm, mm. I think now it looks okay. Okay, it's good now. Let's go. Let's get back into a shape. Tell me if the sound is good. First hand, first three bet. Okay. I'll go into the wait list. So we get that other table ready. Second hand, second three bet. Okay, DL1B, DL1B, DL1B. Okay, it's bad reg. Okay, let's go there. Falling. I need to. Okay.
Like I mentioned, however,
We have other table ready. Okay. Okay, we are ready. We are ready. I'm just gonna go into the Twitch now. Let's log in. Fold. Okay, we are in. I'm gonna call it here. Okay. Fold. For the music, one more table. One more table, and we are ready. Boom, boom, boom. I get double sound. Let's see what I can do. Okay. I find the way. I think it's good now. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna just check other players that I don't know. And I have to do something about dashboard. Just a minute. Edit stream info. Let's we fold ace king. We fold ace king. Okay. At least I make this happen. Is sound okay now? Ooh. think it should be okay now. Maybe the music is too loud. Hello Jolius, Dinesi, Ivan, let's go. Let's play good, let's do something today. Let's get back into the shape. Okay, I think the sound should be good now. I can turn it off a little bit, but I think it's good now. I'm just gonna check it in the OBS. It should be good, I think. Okay. Yep, I think it's good now. Tell me if it's not. I turn off the desktop audio and my micro is now mixed, so I think it should be good. Tell me if it's not, and we're gonna make it better. I'm just looking how to a little bit. It feels like it's a little bit too that music is a little bit too loud. A little bit loud. How can I do it? I'll go like this, like 50. Like this. It's too strong. I still feel it's too strong, but we'll try like this. I'm gonna trim it to 7. I'm just gonna try to see these two players later. This guy is a fish, cold calls, trivet, and 3KT. It feels like reg, and he's a reg. Bad reg, but still reg. Crazy, and he had queens. This guy had 3-6 suited. Cold call 3-bet, then cold call 4-bet. This guy checked. I don't understand this play. Queens are not that strong. Queens need protection. DL1B. We flop the set. His 3-bet range is small blind versus around 9%. So he'll have hands like ace jack off, king queen off in the range, and probably like 8s plus. He's betting 1/4. He probably bets here all the range. We can raise, we can call. We shouldn't have a lot of raising range in this position, so I think we should be calling majority. He's now checking. Feels like hands like 9 still queens are checking this. Queens, 9 still queens are checking always, I think. And I would say that definitely now it's hands like 9 still queens. Hands like king 10 suited or king jack suited should be also betting a lot on the turn. So I would say that like 9 still queens are probably the hands that he has now. King queen should be betting the turn quite often. 1/3 here. We should be adding one more table. If here if the game breaks here, but maybe it will not be broken. We can play a heads up a little bit. It can be fun also. 1/3 on this board. I will add myself on the wait list, and when we got here I can then leave. But I think we can play a little bit heads up. It's my favorite part of poker, heads up. We definitely now have to find a new table. We definitely need to find it. Okay. Unfortunately, we'll be kicked from this table. We are three betting here. The same guy. He seems tight from these first two positions. We're gonna bet. This board favorize a bigger polarized size. I think we will do polarized. These drawy boards prefer polarized strategy, so we will do it. He should be folding all pocket pairs, like fives till even the eights and nines shouldn't be calling against this size. He's calling here. This is pretty good turn for us because we have ace jack and ace queen. We'll definitely bet with smaller size on the turn. He also has, probably he calls ace queen. He should be four-betting ace queen off, but weaker players tend to call it also a lot, so I will just try to find one more table. We are on the wait list on one. We'll add on one more. Okay. Let's try like this. I think it's the fastest way we can find the table. And play a little bit of the heads up. Heads up is really fun to play. Okay. Okay, we have a question about Julius. He's asking me, how long will poker be beatable? What's your opinion about making it the main income? I think it all depends on your idea, what you want to do. Do you want to play poker professionally? Do you have what it takes to do it? If you have, you can make really good income, and if that's the way you want it, I don't see anything wrong with it. So I love poker. I think it's one of the best game in the world. There's literally no game that has so many elements that you need to master to be good at. So definitely I like it, and I think it's the best game you can play. So if you want to play for your income, for your life, then poker is, I think we'll just stay here. When three max, it's also fun. We're gonna check here. We can bet sometimes, we can check sometimes. We're definitely calling here. He should be calling on 1/3 on queen 3/5. He should be calling hands like ace 10, ace jack, hands like king jack, jack 10 with the backdoors. So it's pretty clear call. He called the tribute with 5-9 suited. Let's check this guy up. Rapo Zinho Rapo. He reps pretty, I don't know what. Hands like ace of club here. That's going for a check raise, and he's pretty passive with like a bad reg. So I don't think he's gonna have a lot of bluffing hands. I mean, our hands looks also like medium flush. Exactly the hand we have. We look like that. But I'm gonna check behind some stronger hands, like hand like queen 10 with the club, hand like king 6 with the club. So it's not like we are that this is top of our range, but I think we can call sometimes. But when I see from team stat name that this guy is pretty weak player, I don't think that having in that check raise turn line and overbet river, that type of passive player will do it. So I think that's why I folded. History betting big blind versus button 14%. Uh, this hand is mixed with a 4-bet and a call. We are calling majority of time, 2/3 we are calling, 1/3 we are 4-betting as a bluff. So we're gonna call here. King Queen 4 against big blind board that wants to bet polarized in this spot. So bigger size. I expect if he's good, he will bet like 82% in this spot, and he's doing with 1/4. We have easy call, of course. We should be having also some raises here, like ace jack with ace of diamond and ace 10. I think it's better than this. We also have a backdoor ace, which is backdoor ace of hearts, which is not that great. So this combo is only a call. And now I don't understand, like this have the pot size on the turn. Is he betting here like ace queen or like hand like king 9 suited, because he reps something like that? If he checks, we are jamming. If he's now overbet shipping. He's now like repping hand like ace king plus, which is something strange to me. I would probably bluff catch here a lot. Our hand is of course clear fold. If he checked, I would jam. Big blind versus button 12% against us first three, but we are only calling, of course, so nothing we can do. I'm going to tribute this. Tributing this. Eights are call. I'm a little worried because his range is tighter than it should be. He should be having hands like a little polarized hands like king 6 suited, hands like jack 9, hands like 8-10 suited in the big blind versus button range. Eights are fold. In this situation. Okay. Pretty I don't know how to explain this play. Okay, bigger size here. We can go even bigger than this. I'm gonna go like 2/3. Okay, let's check this guy up. Juve. He's 2013 pretty passive. I would put a bad reg flag. He's now polarizing himself a lot in this spot, because he should be betting a lot smaller to be able to bet a lot of hands. He's now basically giving us really easy fold, but putting here like 40% is a lot better but this guy is just weak player. He's giving us easy game. We can just fold and that's it. Heidi is reg. Our hand is a 4-bet. Heidi 7. Let's see. And now it's a little bit tricky because we are on the all-in or fold spot. This is his call for about. I'm just gonna jam it. He should be having hands like 10s plus in this spot. He's squeezing against us that we are opening a lot and fish is calling, so his range should be probably wider. So I'm gonna jam. He should be having hands like 10s plus. Ace queen is a bluff. And from his size, I sense a fold. He's doing 23.5. For me, it feels like you see, felt immediately like I'm just gonna turn off the size here. The guy called tribute with 5-9 suited deep. Let's see here his okay. It's for this is a tribute deep pop-up. This is tribute deep pop-up where we see how the player plays when it's 150 blinds plus involved in the game. So we see that he did call tribute one of the one time and it was 5-9 suited trash. Against us he did then step the turn with the middle pair. So it's something that we need to take into account, and now I turn on the size. You see, when we have queens, when we have eights, we tribute him. He called with 5-9 suited deep. He called here, and then he defensive bet one like 30% on the turn, or step for protection. We can say like that. We called and he didn't. He just checked behind on the river. So okay. Cosmo, let's check him out. Feels like a fish. Cosmo 116.6. I didn't play last like 2 weeks. Big fish. I didn't play. I had a lot of work I needed to do. Now it's time to get back into the shape. I was in pretty good shape. But then I just had to take a break. So it's time to get back in. And I'm in the mood to play. I worked all day around the house, the things I need to finish, and I was like in my mind just thinking that I really want to play. I had so it's like I missed it. I missed playing, and I really look forward to tonight to play, and I'm pumped in. I want to crush everybody. So let's talk about strategies. Like, let's look how they play. Let's search for every clues we can get. 738 cutoff versus big blind. Let's see his range, 20%. So probably around 30, calling or three betting. That means he should be having ace 8 off in the range in these positions. I don't know if he does. This is his step on the turn. He steps with Orbet, polarizing himself. Ace queen is, again, we have easy decision. On this board, we're gonna check, we're gonna bet some ace queens. 7-8-3 board, a big one versus cutoff. If he's having a regular range, then he has like ace 8 off there, which is significant, it's important. If he's having like a little tighter range that HUD shows, but it's only 600 hands, and that board 7-8-3, it hits decent. He has all the sets in the range still. He has, I mean, he has also a lot of air, like 40% air in the range, but still we are not that equity favorites. We have that or pairs that he doesn't have, hence like jacks plus, because he is going to call 10 sometimes in these positions. But also we are not that big equity favorites. We are equity favorites, but not that big. So our c-bet should be having, we should be betting around like 50-60%. And I prefer bigger size on that board. I would bet like on 7-8-3, I would bet like around 70 or 80%. So bigger size definitely. Ace queen in these blockers, it's not that good of the bet. He folds 56%, but still I don't like betting ace queen. He's not stepping a lot on the turn, so that's also giving us initiative to be checking, because look at his delay. c-bet starts, this is fold versus delay. So versus delay he folds 70%, which is really a lot, and in position he also folds 99%, meaning he overfolds. So turning ace queen into bluff I don't like with that blockers. Also the board is not that we are crushing the board, that we can bet all range, we can't. And he did make interesting play. He overbet turn as a stab on the turn, which I think it's okay play, because we did check behind on the 7-8 and the turn was a jack, and he's gonna have more straights than we're gonna have. So that's it. Mission accomplished, man. Where are you? Can you translate it to English, man? And how are you? Did you play something in last 2 weeks? I didn't play. I missed playing. Let's open this. I really missed playing. I just can't explain. I really missed it. I'm so pumped. I just want to crush everybody. I didn't even play that last series on PokerStars. It last a week. It had like few good days. KO week. It was named KO week, but I just couldn't find the time. Let's check this guy, Matt Itilo. Matt. Fish. We'll also talk about hands that we are not playing, so we just want to see everything that's happening. 5-8 we are falling. And guys, give me your thoughts about strategy, about everything, because when we start discussion, that's where we learn. And I'm also open for learning. I arranged with my friend after the session to go to a peer trainer. We're gonna go to a peer trainer and we're gonna train 2 spots that are, in my opinion, most important in poker. I'm gonna fold it. We can squeeze it, but he's pretty tight from these positions, and we generally 3-bet a lot, so we're just gonna fold this. So we're gonna train in GTO trainer after the session. You can train with me, you can help me learn. you can see how good you are, because we will be going through spots, and you can give your, and it will be without delay, so you can give your thoughts, I will give my thoughts, and I think that can be really good, and we can both learn. So it can be fun. Let's first make a good session. Let's crush all of these players, because all of these players are in my eyes now enemies. 5.5 Cosmo, he doesn't care. He's just putting a lot of preflop, and he's opening a lot. So okay, let's see the hand. The guy called for 4-5. He stabbed with the big size on this board. He's polarizing. Okay, he bets the turn with an overbet, wrapping like hand, like I don't know, sets probably, and only sets, and give up on river. The guy has easy call, of course. We're just gonna go with big against the fish. We're gonna go with an overbet on the turn, or we can even pot it on super sport. Maybe we can add super sport also later. Jamming the river. I don't know what can we put him. Let's see the donk. He did donk one time, but he can have 8 here, 10. He can even have like 7, 9. He can basically have everything. But if he has 7, 9, I'm sure he would jam the river. So like some 8 or 10 probably. But generally he can have everything. He can have like ace 5 there. He says that it's a show on Super Sport, so let's see what's going on. I'll put it on other screen so I don't disturb you guys. I also thought about maybe adding a little bit of Super Sport so you can see what is poker on Super Sport. Okay, I see that one interesting player is there. One really interesting player is there. The player that is really fun to play against. Because he's really crazy. Mission accomplished. What's going on Super Sport? Can you give us a little more details? What's going on? Opening king 7 suited, folding it. Let's see what reads we have. We don't have anything. No reads on any opponents here. Cosmo is only doing 2x. That's definitely not his standard, so Crazy Andy raising. Okay, let's see. Let's see how it happened. Did he check behind on the flop, or he did check behind on the flop? Raised on the turn, which is okay. He probably put a fish on the probably queen x. Why now he didn't overbet? It's a question I want to know. Why not now? Because it's clear you have the best hand. It's clear that he's probably having a second pair. 50% opening, 52. We're gonna raise it up. C-betting 50% in small blind versus big blind spot. We're just gonna raise it here. Crazy Andy is capable of doing stuff, so it will be. Let's see how will he react on the raise here. We're gonna call, but I feel okay. He's gonna have a lot of hands like tens, overpairs that we're not gonna have. But I feel like this player, we played few times, and he's all like doing some stupid stuff. We're gonna call ace 9. Cosmo is not joking around. Okay, even hands like tens, jacks, queens, even hands like tens, jack, and queens should be betting here. So little strange that he's not betting it. We can check behind, and his bluff hands like, I don't know, like hands like 10 jack or queen jack should be betting there. So does he having hands like ace 9 say feels like ace 9? Ace 9 should be betting now. Pretty strange. Maybe hand like ace 5, but he should be also betting turn with it. Okay, like I said, probably some stupid play that he did try to pull off. And for me, I think with ace 9 we are mainly want to call. Ace 5. Yes, Crazy Andy is capable of tilt show fest on Super Sport, tilt show fest. It's always tilt show fest on Super Sport. So it's like the unusual day. 140 is okay. Big blind versus button, 33% is calling, 10% is three betting, so 43% of hands in the range. Let's see. Against 1/3, he's also folding really a lot. I'm gonna go with the bigger size on this board. This is his stab on the river. If I would bet, I would say that he has hand like 4 5s with the diamond, 6s with the diamond. Nine, 10, and he's not really betting 10. This is clear value bet on the river. We did check behind the turn. Clear value bet. But he's passive. 31 aggression. Flop, turn, and river pretty low. So stab on the river low. But you see this, he's 18% stabbing a river with an overbet on the river, but we don't have we didn't see a showdown, so we don't know. But interesting. Let's see generally about his overbetting. A river overbet, middle pair. This is for value, okay. And 5 times only nuts. So only nuts in the range. And 10 overbet, but clear for value in a spot where turn was check, and he hit the middle pair on the river, which is clear value bet, and overbet size is also fine. So no bluffs in overbet size. 4-6 we're gonna call. We're gonna call there. 4-6 is also call. We are using polarized strategy. I'm just gonna fold 6s in this situation. 55% not betting this board, which should be bet really a lot. He should be betting really a lot. And now he's delaying it, repping a 9x. We're gonna call, of course. How we need to bluff this. And I'm thinking about the size, what we're going to want to rep here. I will rep Queen X that check behind flop. I think he's gonna call us with the ace high hand, like, I don't know, ace 10 that delay without sense. And I will check behind some because he's c-betting a lot, and now he did check, so I'm definitely betting on the queen. And if he's having hand like, I don't know, ace 5 and just delaying it, and he did use a big size, so he's telling us on a delay that he has a 9. Basically with this size, I don't think like hands like 10s and jacks are betting this size, so he says he has a 9. We also did check behind, we have a lot of 9x also, so if I want to bet, I want to bet like this. And I will have some queens in the check behind range, and we are in the bottom of our range also. King 9 we're gonna call. We don't have sample about this guy, but feels like a tight fish. I don't like this spot. His three bet is super like 5%. I'm just gonna fold it. I'm just gonna fold it. If I didn't even look this, his three bet is like 9s plus. Our king 9 suited should be folded probably. He's three betting generally 4% only. He's playing 41-4, maybe even like 10 plus ace king. Kostic, how do you play every day? I play every day when I can, and when I can play, I play. I don't take any breaks, but I did take break now because I have to do something, so I took a break, and I only play 4 tables, and I can play like 10 hours a day, no problem. I generally play until my kids goes to sleep, till like 6 a.m. If it's a good NBA game, then I quit to watch the game. But generally, I can play till 6 in the morning, and then I can go to sleep. Generally, I play until I feel like I'm in the mood to playing. If I'm in the mood, I can play. I even have sessions like I play MTTs around 12, 13 hours, and then I play cash for 4 or 5 hours if I'm in the mood to play. I never have like something written. I need to play this amount of hours, or I need to play. I just play how I feel like it, because if I'm not enjoy playing, then I don't see any sense of it. If you enjoy playing, then you're giving your best effort and you're doing the best you can, and I think that's like most important. Uh, okay, again, this guy is pretty tight. 27-8. I don't think he has many 5x that's opening. I mean, it's only 37 hands, but still, I'm just gonna pot it. Okay. We're gonna fold this. Two, three, nothing. So we need to look for anything that's happening. I always, when I play off stream, I always look around every hand that is playing. I look like I'm playing the hand also. So, for example, this guy is small blind. Okay, for small blind, I don't know his range because I only use 3-bet or fold, so it's a little more complicated. But always I look like every hand that is playing. I also look and see how they play, like I'm in the hand. 4, 6, 7 against wider range we can bet. Generally, I think clear check range on this board against imposition player, because we are not equity favorites. The range hits a lot better imposition player than us. we are opening here 28% of hands, so we're gonna have a lot of air here, and in position player would have a lot less air, and his range will be a lot stronger than ours, so we're gonna basically have check range in these positions. Against Nit, I'm just gonna fold ace-9 suited in these positions. Ace-queen, I'm gonna call it. Okay, Samsung, let's see his cold core on the button, like 30% hands. 30% hands means he's calling like king 10, queen 10 off, jack 10 off, suited aces, suited kings, suited queens, gappers, double gappers, triple gappers. If he bet a river, we can go for a check raise, but I'm not gonna turn it into bluff on the river. I think I have something about this player, no? Small blind versus middle position. Let's see his calling range in this spot. We don't have informations. Let's use size like this. We can go even bigger. Generally, I don't think he has like 3s or 4s in the range. Small blind versus middle position, so good board. Our range is also quite strong, like 8-9% of hands. We don't have many overcards. This turn brings a flush draw. Jacks are checked now without the blocker. Also, it's important to know, does he have hand like ace queen off in the range? It's quite important, because ace queen will be floating this board with the queen or ace blockers. I'm gonna check it. I don't think he's gonna like bluff 8s, 9s, 7s. Only hands that has sense for me that he's gonna bluff is hand like ace 10 of spade, or ace jack of spade that we are blocking, or ace queen of spade. And 5s are pretty close pre-flop. I think he's folding at least some part of the 5s. Let me just check him out. What's his repping now? I just had to be quick because I'm not sure what he's repping. Ace king suited. He didn't 4-bet it, he just called it. He called the flop. I was thinking about ace queen of spade more because I thought he's gonna 4-bet the ace king suited, but he didn't. And he's like on the river. I don't think he has many of the pocket 5 hands. So basically, I hand like king queen of spades is also possible, but I don't think he's betting it on the river. Ace king, I think it's a clear bet. It's clear step on the turn also. But pretty tight pre-flop call against us. We are attributing like 13% in that spot. I'm gonna fold it. Dinesi is asking us how much breakthrough help you even more to improve your game even more. I mean, I'm an author of the breakthrough, so I add everything I wanted to see in the HUD. So it basically gave me information I want to have about my opponents. So it helped me a lot, because you need informations and you need something that will get you that informations. I think it's cool check with sevens here. Calling on the buttons should be having a lot of pocket pairs. I think nines or eights should be 3-betting cutoff, but probably some calls are also there because you see his calling range 11%. He also have suited connectors in the call, and he's probably gonna call squeeze with them also. I'm gonna definitely now bet for protection. I still think he can easily have fives, fours here. Ace queen 3-betting probably 3-betting. Fives. Okay, we could go for the defensive bet on the river. I thought about it, but again we lost the time. Mission accomplished asks, did he see that I raked 20k kunas on Supersport this month? We can see here. I will show you. Oh, this is from Supersport. 24k. 24k. And we did start really bad. Just let's play this. We did start really bad. We were down on the 11th. We're down here. Here. So on 11k hands we were down. Running pretty bad, but we were down on 11k hands. We were down on Supersport. These are my from when I play only with a Hand2Note, because that's basically less month and a half. So we were down at 11k hands. We are now recuperating, but another strange thing is this. We are losing when it's 4 fish on the tables. We are losing 24 big blinds. When there is no fish at all, we are winning 22 blinds. Pretty sick. Supersport is a 6 side. And I played with the 5 fishes on the table some part of my sessions. So pretty insane. We can later add some Supersport just so you can see. We should be probably folding it. Did he lost last hand or not? He didn't, okay. So probably not tilt element included, but I would also call hand like ace jack, because we are splitting then against, we are flipping against 10s or 9s. And maybe he can have sometimes ace 10 suited, but ace 10 off feel like a fold. So pretty sick side, 11k hands, and I couldn't get anything, and the fishes were killing me on the tables. Killing me and crushing me. And not like small fish, it's like 87 fold to 3-bet 5% fish. I think it's a fold against this opening. Checking behind, we see that he is not c-betting a lot, so he's gonna check here queens, he's gonna check jack x hands, he's gonna have queen jack off in the range plus. He's gonna also check nines. We're gonna check behind. We're gonna check again. Let's see his delay. He's delaying a lot, and we see bluffs also here. And he's using a bigger size. And when he's using bigger size, this was turning pocket threes into bluff. But he's basically saying he has like queen jack plus. Don't like it. We are also having a 10, which is not that great. We see that he bluffed with the misdraw, they check behind. I'm gonna fold it. Stats are there to know basically your opponent's tendencies, yes, but also you get a lot of informations um, about every part of your. I made a HUD to get information for every part of my opponent range I need to know. So every part of the range, and people are not even playing anything perfectly, and they are not balanced in like a lot of spots. And if you have a lot, if you have decent sample, you can find out what they are doing wrong, and you can exploit it. A red line looks sick. It is sick, but something is also asked about the blue line, and the blue line look like a shit also. We're gonna go 1/3. This guy will float hands, like he's not falling to a c-bet. He's gonna call like queen jack on this board, so I'm just gonna check behind. I'm just gonna jam now. I don't think he's like betting a flush draw with this size, and he's check raising probably a lot of flush draws, so I'm just gonna jam it. Fish are always like having a lot of sizing tells, so if I have pocket threes here, I would just jam it with a club. Because he can really bet, I don't know, he can really bet here hand like ace-4 with that size on the river, so not the best turn. Pea is telling me that he tried Hand2Note trial and it doesn't track tourney results right. I can show you Pea my results on the tournaments, and it's all tracking it good and correctly. I'll just try to show you now. They have really good support. Try to contact them, because I really have no problems with the stars. Hand2Note on stars. It's working perfectly. Just let me see. I will try to find for tournaments. For tournaments. Okay. Okay. This is for tournaments last year that I'm playing. You have everything here. Last tournaments, basically you have everything and it's working good. So you have everything. Let's see, like this. But generally everything is here. And it's all working good. I don't play with it. I play with Hold'em Manager because I don't have a HUD for tournaments. But it's the same as in Hem, so I don't know how can it not show good. Maybe you didn't update it or stuff. But generally for me it works good. And also I'm thinking about making a HUD for tournaments, because I'm pretty sure I could make best HUD on the tournaments. I played tournaments last year. I started to play last year, and I have a HUD in my head what it needs to have, especially that like 20 big blind play, 30 big blind, 40, 50, 100, 10 big blind play. You need to have like really two pop-ups, small blind versus big blind, and button versus big blind. It's really important to have it. So I would probably make a really good MTT HUD, because I exactly know what I need. The HUD I have right now, it's basic HUD, nothing too special. Again, we are getting shoved on. So if I make pair HUD, then I can give it to you, and you can use it, and it will work 100% good. 20% opening from UTG. He doesn't fold a lot on a 3-bet. He's folding 38% out of position, but he did fold now. Mission accomplished. One also more important stuff you didn't. It show you how your opponent plays, how he understands the game, how he looks at poker. You can find all that in HUD, where it show you the hand that he played and show you what he did. All that information you can find in HUD, and all that infos are really valuable. We are called for in here 20.5. Let's see with which he's calling. He's calling call 4-bet as a 3-better. We see he did 5-bet, queens, and pocket threes. He will call sometimes aces, definitely. He should be calling aces all the time, but he's gonna still have hands like 9s plus, hands like suited broadways, hands like ace 4, ace 5 suited. Let's go into the 4-bet pop-up just to see how he plays. He's calling. Call 4-bet in position. He doesn't fold at all. Not folding a lot of on the turn also. We're gonna go like this. Definitely betting the turns. Need protection. What's he gonna do now with hands like 9s, 10s, jacks? We're just gonna jam here. I think queens are clear jam. Okay, he's gonna have some ace king also that we're gonna call twice, but still he's gonna have a lot of 9s, 10s, jacks, and we're gonna bluff this king a lot. So I'm just gonna jam with the queens. Great. Maybe the pair try to look for filters. Maybe you have some filters in. I'm just gonna go with the 3-bet here, and I feel like he's full of shit. Look his opening. Okay, he's having queens, but look his openings, and he's always using a bigger size, like 6, 5. I think ace 10 clear 3-bet. And on that board, you just can't go wrong. You can check, you can bet big, you can bet small. I'm gonna bet small because I'm gonna probably bet against him all range. So for me, the size that has most sense is smaller size than Strohan. let's find what straw hand 10 is. Straw hand 10, straw hand 10 is a reg. Not that good reg, but reg. Queen 10. Let's see that. Let's see this hand. Okay. Ender call 2 times. 7-9 suited. Let's see this hand. Tens. Let's see how he played it. Okay, he did 3-bet call. He should be betting 1/3 here. He checked. So tens should be played like this: bet 1/3 on the flop, king 4 5 4, 1/3 on the flop, and then 2/3 on the turn, and shove on the river. I think I would play like this because I mean, you can check sometimes on the river, but or you can go like 1/3 on the river. That's also okay. So 1/3 on the flop, 2/3 on the turn, and 1/3 on the river. I feel it's okay, but I would probably jam it because I would have a lot of bluffs in this spot. So I would bluff like hand like Queen Jack. I would bluff Queen 10. I would bluff like Jack 10. So I would shout tens, and this guy played it passively. So we see that he's not that good. Check on the flop, doesn't have sense. Check on the turn, doesn't have any sense. And now he's like really betting the river. 20% our hand is called, but 20% is like ace 10 off plus ace 10 off plus. He should be betting hands like also like Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited on this board. So against 1/3 with the backdoor draw we are never folding King Jack. Let's see his double barrel strategy. And I don't understand this size. Ace high once and once pocket sevens. Is he having like hand like 6 or 7s? He did bet one time ace high, but it had a gut shot. His double barreling range is like equity heavy. So if we want to continue on this turn, he should be betting hands like Queen 9, Jack 9 a lot. And check raising on the turn I don't like with this hand. 4x in our range we have, but not a lot. We have only suited versions, and it's ace 4, king 4, queen 4. So we have like maybe 13-14 combos. So finding like 7 bluffs, what our bluffs should be look like. Hence like ace 6 suited or ace 7 suited can be check raising on the turn. Ace 3 also. Definitely betting on the turn. You see, the problem is he's really folding a lot. I'm just gonna go with a smaller bet like this. I think all our overpairs want to bet like this, but he's folding really a lot here. He's gonna have like 4s and 6s. And I don't like this ace, because he's gonna have also not flush draw hands. Hands like ace 6, ace 10 suited, ace 9. And now we're we're not gonna bet with 9s, 10s, jacks, queens anymore. So I'll just give up now. I don't, on that ace, it's not a good bluff. It's not that good bluff because now our overpairs are not betting, and a lot of our overbetting turn range includes that overpairs. And aces are probably a lot in the smaller size section. We're still having hands like ace 10 on the flop check behind range. Some of the ace jack are also there. We are blocking two full houses. And I should also look like this just to see his 1/3 strength of his 1/3 hands. But that's first, that this is the first time. Uh, Basically we didn't have. Okay, he did try to with the queen 10. Okay, look at his cutoff opening, not a lot. Okay, I'm gonna go with the donk on turn. When I see that he's not opening hands like jack 10 off, queen 10 off, based on the stats, uh, let's see how he reacts on the river. After calling turn, he folds a lot, but we need to overbet because we are wrapping trips plus. We have a lot of draws also, so we're just gonna go with an overbet. I'm thinking about my. You see, he did use a really big size here. So he's polarizing himself in this spot. I didn't think about the hand too good because now it doesn't have any sense for 1/3 because he's not betting here hand like queen jack with spade. I mean, now he's wrapping something like that, but I don't think that queen jack of spade is betting like this. It can, but I don't know if it is. We are basically trying to fold him out of the queen jack or king queen of spade. We have. I would check behind here hand like ace 10 with the ace of spade always, and I would use this big size. Maybe like 50, it's better. And also I would check behind sometimes with 10s and 9s. So we have value range, and I still feel like our hand is okay to turn into bluff. We are blocking the full houses and we are using really big size. And this guy is folding a lot on the river also, from what I remember. Look, he's fold to river. So I think it would be successful. I think it would be successful, so I don't mind the play. 7-8. Face to face, man. we made giveaways. So when I play MTT, I gave 15%, 10 to 15% of my winnings to people that are active and they are following the stream. So be active on the stream and you can get a lot more than 2.2. Follow, be active. When I play MTTs, I will always give 10, or again, we are getting shoved on this guy. I'll probably give around 15% always. So go to 2+2 forum next time and you can apply there. I will make it from until now I made giveaways only for Poker Pro forum, but I will give it also for the 2+2. Okay, I see now what happened. Okay. I'm gonna bet it. 3-6 is gonna fold it. Let's see the Mayaguya. It's a reg, bad reg, tight reg, tight reg. Tight reg, really tight reg. Queens, we're gonna go with a 3-bet. 10 or we're gonna go like this. Okay. I don't. Mission Accomplished says that he doesn't like an overbet on the river with a 10-5. I think that if you're referring to this spot with the 5-10 suited, I will explain why I did it. You see, we donked. We donk on the turn. We're gonna donk on the turn. I'm gonna donk on the turn a lot because he's not double barreling a lot. Hey Magic, thanks. Did you finish learning Magic? Can you now go to take a rest sometime and some time to rest and watch the stream maybe? Why 1/3 on the river? Doesn't have any sense. You see, if the river is 9 or jack, we can go 1/3, but the hands that hits our perceived bluff range. What is this guy rapping now? 7. He's only rapping a 7x. Nothing else. Okay. So you see, we donk the turn. We donk the turn. And the river is complete blank. And in these spots where we donk the turn, we are, let's say we are wrapping the trips on the turn. our donk range, donk on the turn value range is trips, right? And you see the river is blank. So what we're gonna do with all our bluffs, hands like 7-9, hands like 6-9 suited, hands like Jack-9, all that hands wants to bluff, of course, because we have a lot of trips in the range. For me, only size that has sense is overbet size. You want to put the pressure on him, and the best way you can do it is with an overbet. Bigger size here. We are not going to use overbet size, we're just going to go with a half pot. He's calling 30%. So I think jacks are called. It was a donk. Mission accomplished, it was a donk on the turn. We donked on the turn, man. We donked on the turn. The overbet on the river, it has only sense for me is overbet on the river. Because our value range is trips. And basically our range doesn't have that middle range in. We only have our bluffs, mostly, like 90% of our range is trips or bluffs. And when you are that polarized, only overbet has sense, for sure. It's pure logic. If you don't have that middle range in, then only you're polarized. And when you're polarized, you're going with the biggest size. And he's merged, he just called your donk on the turn. So definitely, I really like the overbet play. Go with the bigger size here. He's go again with the 4.5. We can trip it, we can call. He's double barreling a lot, so I think let's see he's went to showdown. 34. I was thinking about 1/3 and 3/4. I agree, Magic. We are definitely polarized, and he's merged, and only sense is an overbet in that spot. Basically, you don't want to have any size except an overbet. That's for sure. Because we donk the turn, we are repping for value trips. We don't have middle range there. We have a lot of draws and we have a lot of trips. Why would you go with smaller size? Doesn't have any sense. I'm still thinking about this hand. It seems like this guy is only opening big hands with this bigger size, it seems. Check. But mostly draws, man. We don't donk every 8x, man. Mission accomplished. It's not truth. We don't donk every 8x because it's not our range. Is like all 10x. Why would we donk every 8x? Doesn't have sense. It's not true. We have. Uh, let's find a hand. Let's find a hand. We are against the cutoff. What 8x we have? Only ace 8 off we have from off hands. So we don't even have a lot of 8x, but we definitely have a lot of shit of 10x because we have 10 9 off. We have jack 10 off. We have queen 10 off. We have all of that hands. So we don't have many 8x hands, and 8x is not always donking on the turn. Definitely not. Yes, we can definitely check it in PR. You need to know we are big blind against the cutoff. We are big blind against the cutoff. We don't have a lot of 8x hands. Okay, we're gonna tribute this. We can definitely check it in PR. Let's see his calling range. Button versus big blind, 25% it seems, but we only see a normal hand, so we go with the normal, go with 1/3. We are big blind against the I'm gonna fold it. We will check it in PO, but what I was trying to say, 10-5 is one of our worst 10x hands. So PO will not overbet 5-10 a lot, but he will overbet a lot of 10x hands. That's, I agree, mission accomplished. You are on, but a lot of 10x are overbetting. A lot of 10x hands are overbetting, and probably PO just protects his range and protects his normal size, and he's putting the worst 10x into normal size. That's putting his worst and his best 10x, you know, so that normal size to protect it, but generally a lot of overbet range on the river, and I would say like 80% plus overbet range on the river. But I would just go with the me personally thinks it's like best to go just with the overbet range on the river. Just kick out the normal size at all. And not donk a lot on the turn with the 8x. I think it's better strategy. Just full polarization. And you know that the guy is not double barreling at all. So this guy that we played against would probably check or pair on that 10, and I would never like check jacks or queens on that 10 on the turn. So against him, we should be inclining to donk with our value range and bluffs more than GTO. So that's the reason why I think what I said, and we can check it in PO and comment it. It's interesting, and we can put a node locking also there just to see what if the strategy changes, and we can see. But again, interesting hand. I will go with the 3-bet. He's putting a big size with his good hands, it seems, so I think queen 10 is okay against somebody that's opening like this. 1/3, think it's okay. I'm gonna double it. Think it will be good. King 4 fold. 3-4 is 3-4 suited fold. We're gonna three bet. We're gonna open it. Let's see this guy. This guy seems to be calling all. Let's see his three bet range. I think it's around 3%. Okay, it's a little bit more. I'll go with the 4 bet. It's 11% based on the team stat name. We're not gonna call a 3 bet against this size, so we can 4 bet it. The guy is killing us, basically. That's the truth. 9-4. Not gonna defend it. He did shove on us like 5 times. Let's see this hand, how it played out, just to have a better understanding what the people are doing. This guy called a small blind. Okay. Look at this. This guy is checking against him turn with the queen 10. Turn that he needs to double barrel. He has ace queen, ace king, king queen, and jack hits his range better because he have also queen jack, king jack in the range, and he's now checking the queen 10. I just don't understand how these people can play like this. Jack, you're gonna bet on that jack 90% of range, man. You have all the jacks that are betting big on the deuce 7-10. He's not gonna float you with the queen jack. You're gonna bet queen jack always. So jack is really good for in position range. Okay, your hand, but still, if you're bluffing like all ace queen, all ace king, all king queen off, all king 9, and you're now checking queen 10, then you're just polarizing yourself on the or pairs and the jack x, and that's not good. You want to bet the 10x here. You want to bet hands like ace 10, queen 10, king 10. You get to value from this type of hands also. So pretty bad play. Think we have clear call. Button versus early around 8%. Against us first time. He did call 8s, so probably 9s plus. Probably 9s plus. 8%. He did check behind. Let's see what that means. He's betting 71% generally. Check flop 29%. Checking flop with the low pockets, a low pair. So he has some showdown. What can nines? Nines have sense. Nines have sense. I'm just gonna go with this. 1/3. Nines have sense, but I think he should be betting the nines on the turn. So I accept your bet, man. I accept it. 40% opening. King 9 call. We will check it. Just be patient. And I know you have PS, so you probably did check it now, and you will now look like a smart. But I still don't. I'm sure that it's polar versus merge spot, and against that, generally when you're polar against merge, you want to bet bigger size that you can. That's like general strategy. I think we should be betting 1/3 on the turn. I fucked up. Yeah, we should be betting 1/3. We have a lot of pocket pairs. We will check it in the end. We will check it in the end. But generally, I gave you my reasoning, and I think it's a lot harder to play against that strategy because you will need to then start a lot of slow playing against that 1/3. I folded just based on the player, mission accomplished, because this player is really tight, and like all his raises are only for value, and he wouldn't know what to raise as a bluff on this turn. That's the reason why he wouldn't know what to raise uh, as a bluff. You know, his all raising range is merged, so he raises here only for value. He generally raises only for value. And my size is I misreading the spot. It's big blind versus button. Here we can even prefer bigger size and go with a little more polarized strategy, but I want to bet 1/3 just based on like he's overfolding a lot. Even on 1/3 he's all overfolding. You see, like this player he's raising merge there. Hello Rexonia. He's raising merge, he doesn't know what to raise as a bluff. I played with him 7k hands, I know him really a lot. Really good. He's really a poor player. Uh, he's not good, and that's the reason I immediately folded, because he's raising merged. I remember that from how he plays. If I have a spade, I would definitely even call this. I think the problem is this guy's just crazy. I think the guy just I know him really good, so that's the why I folded immediately. If I think he knows what he should be raising there, then it's other story. I wouldn't fold it. But if I know that, I wouldn't bet even that 8-8. I wouldn't bet it on the flop. 1/3. This is his tribet. This is his call. So 30%. Okay, no, pretty normal range. Little wider than normal. Ace 8 fold. Queen Jack fold. Interesting hand here. Cosmo is calling tribet. He's not afraid to doing that. Stabbing the flop. We're going with 11 here. This guy called the tribet with in exactly the same positions as this one. He called ace king suited, if you remember. See, ace king suited. He called against us. Floated the flop, checking the turn with the top pair. Jack 10, we will be 3-betting, opening. It's really interesting spot, but the way I played polarized because I think it's harder to play against and it suits my game style. So I'm just going polarized there with the donk on the turn. So you know what we'll also do? We will node lock my turn strategy, not GTO turn strategy, then my turn strategy, and we will node lock it. So you will then see the reverse strategy for that. We'll do everything. Uh, we will also do GTO, and then we'll do my node locking. So it will be really interesting to see how Pio plays if he plays like I do on the turn. Because that player is not double barreling a lot, so as soon as you know that player is not double barreling a lot and the top par pairs on the turn, he's gonna check behind way more than GTO will, and immediately I feel like donking is much more appealing than checking. So that's my reasoning, and then we will check it. Interesting spot. Okay. 1/3 small blind versus cutoff. You see, in this board, I'm using only big size. I'm not using 1/3 at all. I'm using like 2/3 or 82%. I'm never using this. Think cutoff should be raising here a lot. Just based because this guy's probably betting range on the board. He shouldn't be betting range. 1/3, I expect 1/3 on the turn. Significant turn for him because he'll have 5s and 6s always, and this guy will never have it. So 1/3 is basically must. Hands like ace queen are now stabbing. Hands like king queen of hearts are stabbing. Jamming. I expect the jam. I don't think this guy is having that ace ever. I don't think he's calling ace king against this player. It seems he is. This guy played it okay. I would probably raise a flop. I would raise the flop. This guy also played it okay. Interesting hand. 1/3 here or bigger. We can go 1/3 against the cutoff, which is like we're gonna overbet here. Let's see he's went to showdown. He's not having a lot of went to showdown. I think we can make him fold king X. Not the best run out, but still. Against him, I think we'll make him fold. Here we need to go with the bigger size, I think. But this guy folds, let's see, 50%. I will go with 1/3 still. Jacks likes bigger size definitely here. I think way this deep probably he would be going for a check raise. With the sets, I like the smaller size now. I like the smaller size now. King 10, like this and like this. Let's go to a deep pop-up to see how this player plays deep. Called 3-bet in position, cut off one out of one time, called with queens. So calling deep button versus small blind with queens. Two-thirds here, or even bigger. I think I will go like this. We have massive range advantage on this board. We're going to 3-bet this. Mission accomplished. I also check some of the 10x hands, you know. I would also check some 10x hands. I wouldn't step always. Against this player particularly, I probably would, but that's why it's calling exploit strategy. I don't need to be balanced against this type of player because he will not know my strategy for sure. I'm going to check this, but generally, if I'm playing against somebody I think it's a good player, then definitely I would be checking also some 10x hands. I'm thinking about here. Do I go for an overbet? I think I will. Let's see how he reacts on the river. He folds a lot to an overbets. But we did overbet him 2 times now. I'll just go with the 3rd time. Just based on momentum, I think it's really good to do it. And we did step turn with 1/3. So if I have an overpair, I can just bet it also on the 1/3 on the turn. So I can overbet now with an overpair. It's not that problem. Against that type of player, Ivan is right. I wouldn't donk 8x, but against like capable opponent, I would mix some also 8x hands, but I would also mix some 10x hands as a check, you know. For example, like mix with the worst 10x and with the best 10x also as a check, that you have them in a check range. So you want to have nuts also in the check range, hands like ace 10. I think it's a fold against this guy. I would be balanced, man. Mission accomplished. You don't need to be worried. But against this type of player, I don't need to be balanced. And like I said, my strategy against him would be donking every 10x hand. So I would, against this type of player, I wouldn't be balanced. But he doesn't know that. And even if he does know that, I don't think he could punish me, because he should be knowing my strategy really good, and he should be knowing what to do then with my strategy. He should be then punishing me by checking behind on the turn a lot of full houses, a lot of 10x hands to punish my strategy, and I don't think he's gonna do it. Let's see on the Super Sport what's going on. One table on Super Sport. One table on Super Sport. Ivan, why are you not playing on the Super Sport, man? I think it's a good table. You have 1, 2, 3 fish on the table. I think it's a really good table. Really good. and two of them are massive fishes, and third fish is also pretty big one. I'm going with 1/3 against this fish. He's not falling to. Let's go to a multi-way pop-up just to see if we have a. Okay, we don't have a sample for it, but we have sample for this guy. Let's see, he's check raising versus c-bet 0%, check folding 70%. Think tens are fold. Fold, fold, fold. King 10 will be opening. Now we'll be folding it. Ace 5 is a fold, is open against a small blind. Fold. I think Magic, it's not that bad of the river. He's not gonna have a lot of deuces on the river. Also, we are blocking ace deuce suited. One combo only, so I don't think that it's that bad. I would jam like king queen there. Our friend is again starting 4.5 xing. He did also opening 6x, 7x. He's toning down a bit, but Magic Orange is asking me, would I give up on the flush? No. The answer is he will not have many flushes on the turn with this folding, and he's not gonna fold a lot on an overbet, a lot of flush draws. Basically he would have like 6, 7, 7, 8, 7, 9 of clubs, and some hand like 5, 4, 5, 6, 5, 5, 7, but that's also two pair. So not a lot of combinations. So I would probably jam on, or I wouldn't jam, I would bet pot. I would bet pot on the flush, or 3/4. Seven, 10 double barreling, okay. Cosmo is getting punished. Let's see the hand, how it played. Cosmo called, Cosmo donked. The guy immediately raised. Cosmo called. The guy bet, Cosmo called, and the guy shot, Cosmo called, okay. Ace 3. Mission accomplished, you are wrong. Pio can show you exploit strategy if you node lock it. It will give you the max exploit strategy. So Pio can show you what is the exploit strategy, and you can learn the best way about exploiting Pio, node locking. 1/3 stab. He has a lot of strong hands that we don't have, so 1/3 is the best size for me. A little bit of heads up we can play. We can play a little bit of heads up, but unfortunately nothing. We're gonna close this table and we're gonna add one other one. Let's find where is shorter wait list. Okay, I found it. 0 people on the wait list, so logically we are next in the line. Until that, let's go to here. These are the needs and bad rag. 7 jack. I'm gonna tribute it. We are big blind against the button, so we don't have queen jack off. We on the big blind. I use polarized strategy, so I'll go with the check here. I'm going to check it one more time. Let's see his stab. Feels like he's betting also hand like a jack X or 9X. And now he's repping like a 9X or pocket fours. Let's see here. He did bluff this like 2 times, so he did bluff this exactly the same line 2 times with a hand that doesn't have much sense. Even 7s are not hands that has much sense. I think 7s are clear. I think this is a fold. Mission accomplished. I don't agree. I open every pocket pairs. I open from UTG 22% and it works okay for me. So opening all pocket pairs. They also say about calling a 3-bets that I call 3-bet too light, but I don't agree. I will forbid this. Mix it. It's mixing a call and a 4-bet. Let's see his. Okay. Ace 10 works really good as a 4-bet bluff. It's mixed strategy. It's a mixed strategy. This is his 3-bet against us. Fold versus 4-bet. Call 4-bet range around 6%. Still he was gonna have 8s and 9s here. I'm gonna go with 1/3. I don't think he's having hand like ace jack off in the range, which is important. One-fourth on the river, I think it's fine. we'll protect that with the stronger hands also, so I'm not worried. Three betting, okay. Let's go to the here. I'm gonna fold this. We are calling a jam. The guy folded queens. This is calling a respect. This is calling a respect. You see? This guy respects us. One of the rare ones that do. Folding queens. He's saying, no, no, queens are not good against you. You are a really tight player. And I will give you respect. So thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Just crazy. Crazy, crazy. I like how he played. That 1/4 size on the river is... I think we can go in 1/5 on the river. Let's see his folding versus squeeze. Early middle position versus squeeze. Folding, calling 50%, 4-betting stop. Let's go like this. He's opening only 15%. He's calling. He's calling. I will go for a check here. Even the fish is there. I think I will still go with the bet. This guy's probably a fish. I didn't check him out, but probably a fish. I don't think ace queen off this guy calls. We are still three-way here. We are still three-way here. I'll go with the check on the turn. I think this guy will for sure checking behind ace 10 suited, ace jack suited. Let's go again with the 1/3. This guy's calling a squeeze and then he's calling it through away with the queen X. But he's never, because this guy can easily have queen X. I don't think he's ever bluff raising in this, but especially a guy like this. I'm pretty sure of that. Ivan and mission accomplished, it's mostly depending on how good you are, not against who you play, or that you are playing against the player that are worse than you are. It's like that. You know, in this spot, this guy will never bluff raise or turn something into bluff three-way. But I was pretty sure that hand like queen jack suited, he's not gonna call three-way. When we are betting, we are squeezing against UTG and betting three-way. I was pretty sure that he's not gonna call it three-way. I should check that in the multi-way pop-up. We don't have a sample. We don't have a sample. We don't have a sample, unfortunately. We know that he folds to 43% in position, but his range in position is pretty strong. that flats in position, so I'm not sure. I maybe made misjudgment, but I'm not sure. Worker, if you think I'm a fish, let's play heads up then. What do you say about that? I would always play against the fish heads up, so we can play heads up. What I'm gonna do against the push and you will find out. I'm not the one that folded queens, man. You know? Push and you will see. We also saw from the stats that he was triveting pretty aggressively, but let's check him on the, let's check the guy up in a, let's check the guy in let's check the guy. Maybe worker, maybe the same nickname as this worker 0K. Let's see. Three betting small blind versus middle position. Wow, 5% worker. Well done, man. 5%. I didn't check his stats, but if I did, I would call a tribute with it. 5%. It's insane. How can you play like that, man? I just can't believe. How can you play like that? 5%. Worker is telling us that we are a fish. Worker is okay player, I see. This is his. This is his 21, 16, 5.9. I will tell you one thing, worker. If I play like this, like you, I would kill myself. With that style, I mean. I would never play poker in my life. I don't respect players like that. Basically, you are not playing poker. You are just waiting to get the nuts and fold queens to a 4-bet. So you don't deserve my attention at all. I'm gonna call a 4-bet here. 4-betting 4%. We are check calling here. Wow, this size is pretty large. Pretty big size, I don't like it. Feels like tens. I'm gonna follow it on the turn. It's also fucked up spot on the flop. I mean, really fucked up spot. But I don't think we can do anything against. I think I would be calling here. But I just want to look at my range. I have tens. I have jacks. I have ace jack suited. I have king queen suited. Hmm. Now when I think about my range, I feel like we have to would be having jamming here and bluffing with like king jack, queen jack, king jack mainly. I think it's a fault. It's sick, but I think it's a fault. And I don't think we need to have a call range at all because which hands do want to be calling here? Our range is like nines. We're gonna fold nines on the flop. Our hands is like tens, jacks. We have some queens, but against this size we can fold queens. We can fold nines. I think it's best like here just to jam. I mean ace queen kind of wants to call, but I think it's like better to having like jam and fold. This guy shoved on us 10 times. I don't think we need to even comment something like that. You folded the queens, man, and it's my fault that you fold the queens. One third. I'm gonna go half pot. I don't see any queen in his range. Queen 8 he doesn't call pre-flop. Queen 8 off. He has 45% range, so he doesn't have queen 8 off. Maybe he has, it's shown jack 8, so maybe the stats are not completely correct, but still not a lot of queen x hands. I thought we would get shoved again. We didn't, that's good. Poo, poo, poo. I'm still confused about that ace queen hand. We should also check that in PO. Let's see his range again. I see he's 4-betting around that 4% in that still. So let's say for value it's jacks plus ace king. His bluffs are probably ace queen then. Probably ace queen and hands like king 10 and king jack suited. Yes, I think against that size on the flop we would just want to jam or fold. Now when I think about the hand, maybe even fold some preflop with ace queen. I would fold like maybe 50%. I'm gonna call this combination 9-10 suited. He's folding 66% to a three-bet in position, so I would be a little more polarized and then just call 9-10 suited three-bet like king 5, king 7 suited, queen 9 suited, jack 9 suited. Fold. Pretty tough spot. But when he was betting that side, I feel like tens and jacks and ace king. And I think the best strategy then is just to jam on the flop. Overfold and jam on the flop. Because always when you're overfolding you want to turn on the raise. Because if you're turning on the raise, you raise more, then you compensate your overfolding. That's the point. %7. Ace 4. Ace 4, little favorite. King survive. King 7, we're gonna fold it. And you know what thing I don't like? I don't like when you play against someone and then you go and you start like attacking it. You could worker could tell me, okay man, why did you forfeit ace king against me in these positions? Then I would answer to him. But like this, like he written, I just can't respect that. Shove again. Fold. I won't say about Zoom because Zoom is different game. I don't play it. I'm not capable of discussing about strategy in Zoom because I don't play Zoom at all. But I can say about my usual six max game. I feel like I can open pocket pairs. Small pocket pairs from UTG. I don't think it has much impact on my winnings. It's definitely not. I'm not definitely losing money with it, so why wouldn't I open it? You know. No, we're not gonna change it. Dinesi, I agree. That is the same thing I think in my head. We definitely have all sets. We have also straight. We have all king queen suited there. So I don't understand the size at all. But that's the reason why I think it's fold a lot good there. But he's also bad reg, so I'm just gonna go with the check. And I don't use random number generator because I just randomize combinations in my head for that day. So for example, if you're opening, you can just count the combos and be randomized. Pretty nice flop. 1/3. Pretty strong board for the squeezer. We have all sets. We have ace king. You know, for example, if you need to call it three bet, for example, 2/3 of the time and four bet 1/3 of the time. That's example when button is facing a small blind three bet. You can go just if the ace is hard or or a diamond, and jack is spade or club, you just call that combination. And if it's all, for example, or black, ace of spade, jack of clubs, ace of club, jack of spade, you can just format it. Or you can just go like this. You call all combinations. If it's like 2/3 and 1/3, you just format ace of club and ace of spade, jack of hearts, or diamonds, and that's like 1/3 of combinations. So you just format those combinations and you call all the rest one. If it's like 75-25, then you do what I said before, and you will have always good randomization. So because you should format button versus small blind 1/3 of ace jack, you should format 1/3 of ace 10, and you should format like 25% of king queen of, you know. Mission accomplished. I can't check it in ham. I can only check it in Hand2Note, because now I play in Hand2Note. So we can check it in Hand2Note later, definitely. Let's check this guy up. Low aggression, fish. I'm gonna fold it. And I want to say, if it's a strategy like with king queen off, you in king queen off, you need to format 1/4 of the time. You just format king of spade, queen of hearts, king of spade, queen of uh, uh, king of spade, queen of clubs, and king of clubs, queen of spade. That two combinations you format, and you need also just one more, like queen of hearts, queen of diamonds, king of hearts and queen of diamonds, and you're okay. So you can just go with the randomization of your combinations, and you just other day just change it. You just change the colors from red to black. You know, red is heart and diamond, and black is club and spade, and you will all be randomized. So you don't need to use a random number generator for that spots. You just randomize your combinations to get that ratio. I do it like that, and I think it's best for me. If he jam now, we would call. He's gonna have a lot of 10x hands. He should be having, I don't know if he's calling cutoff like he should be calling, but he should be having like all broadways off, so all 10 jack, 10 queen, but we should be bluffing like deuces, threes, and fours. So I think it's okay. You see that? Mission accomplished. Rexania is even worse than I am. Uh, uh, I think it's okay. Generally, I think it's okay. But you know what's the problem? There are a lot of fish that doesn't fall to tribet, and then your pocket pairs are in trouble because they don't have such good playability. Maybe you should just do it against regs that overfold or nits, but against fish you don't. I use tribet strategy of this hand mostly, and this guy is short and he jammed on us 15 times, so I didn't want to face another jam. Okay. We're gonna call now. I waited for this moment long time, so and we lost. Sick. He jammed on us 15 times and now he gets us a bad bit. We need to find one more table. I found a good one. I'm gonna go with the 4-bet here. I found a good table immediately, so it's good. Poof. I think against the fish, Rexonia, you want to 3-bet. Better is to 3-bet hand like king 10 off than hand like 5 pocket 5s. So think about that. Pockets are pretty hard to play in 3-bet pots. If you don't flop a set. Especially that like deuces till 5s. Let's bet 1/3. I'm checking the turn. This is big blind versus small blind pop up. We're just gonna call the turn. We are definitely never stabbing the river because we don't have a lot of 4x hands. Let's check this Rockley guy. I made him as a good reg, but I don't know why. Rockley deuce. I'm gonna try this. He's just a regular reg. I probably play with him tournaments. This is for his tournaments. I'm gonna go with the bigger size in this spot. Okay, Queen 7 fold. I'm gonna check behind this board with this hand. He's not stabbing a lot. I didn't want to raise this hand. We can raise it against this smaller size, but I wanted to call. Just gonna call it. We have reads on this guy. 2 reads. 2 reads. 2 reads. Astro Banksy, let's check him out. Astro Banksy, PokerStars, fish, and fold here. Here's something about this guy. No, I don't have. Feels like a passive reg. Passive. Jack 10. We are opening. I'm pretty mad this guy get an all-in against us. I'm gonna call sometimes, and today I'm gonna call like both of the same hearts and diamonds, and diamonds and hearts. These two combination of ace-jack, because it's mostly a 3-bet. Let's see how this guy plays out of position. He will probably have a check range, which is correct. I'm gonna go 1/3. Check, check, fold turn. I'm just gonna do it. I think we can now orbit 9x when he did check behind. Not all of the 9x, but the good ones. We are not blocking the spades. But I don't think that he's betting 81%. I think he has many spades. I don't think he has many spades because you see he's betting 80% and he's not check folding at all. So that means his barrel range is full of bluffs and his check behind range is stronger. So when he bets, he's probably a lot of over bluffing. But still I have 10 high. Check, check, call turn. Let's see the hands he did check, check, called. You see, he did call ace, king, ace, queen. On this type of boards, he called an overbet with middle pair. And one time he had a flush. And call, check, check, call, call. You see, he did call with the ace highs. I think okay. He will maybe call a lot against us, but still I have 10 high. I don't think I'm gonna ever check the 10 high. And I think Orbit has. I would just Orbit 9x against him. Checking behind queens. What is he repping on the river? Feels like only a sevens. Yeah, only sevens has sense. But he would probably raise some sevens on the turn. And this size doesn't have sense. Now I still feel it's like hand like ace 9. Yes, I think it's a hand like ace 9. Hand like ace 9 or king 9. Because if he's having a full house and we are over betting, grabbing a trips plus, I think only size that has sense is all in. And he didn't go all in, so strange. So I feel like it is hand like ace 9 or king 9. We still have 10 high, we can do anything, but maybe 1.5 is better size. This guy is pretty polarized. Oh, this guy defends 9-10 off. You see, generally this board hits us great. But our range is pretty polarized on the big blind. Yeah, our range is pretty polarized. He doesn't fold a lot. He did float here 5-6 on ace 7 jack. Okay. Think we mainly want to check on this card. I'm gonna go with the half pot. I still feel ace high is gonna call us no matter what, but so we are basically wanting him to fold hand like queen 10, hand like pocket 8s, pocket 7. So I think best size is 1/3, and when you bet ace x with that size, it's okay. So I think 1/3 is the best size. We're gonna three bet here. Rao 9999. Let's check him pretty quickly. Pretty good board for us. We're gonna bet a range there. We're gonna bet range. Let's see here. He did call pocket fours and queens. Let's see here. What did he call? He only called an overpair there. I'm gonna go with the big size here. What he's gonna do now with the hands like sixes, eights, nines. We are jamming the river, of course. I think this player against us would definitely call eights, nines, and tens on the turn. And we see here that he did call even queens. He only called on deuce 4-9. He didn't check raise with queens, so we're just gonna jam it. Okay, nothing we can do there. We're just gonna jam it, of course, on the river. So he didn't check raise queens on 4-5-9. Pretty significant. I would bluff like king queen there a lot. So he didn't have ace 9 in these positions, you see. Okay. We fold this. We're gonna probably three bet this. I think in this spot, like, we need to bluff a lot of without equity. I would bluff a lot of without equity. So hands like king, queen, hands like king 10. I think even ace king is pretty good bluff as a triple barrel. Hand like hands like ace of spade, king, ace king with the ace of spade. It's really nice triple barrel. So definitely jamming aces. There's no question about that. King queen is also great. And we need to bluff without equity to make him tough, to make him to make his life tough with hands like tens, even hand like jack 10 suited, queen jack suited. You see, this is pretty, I think, pretty significant This I just can't. So he did get 3-bet middle position versus cutoff. He called the queens, and he's not check raising queens on deuce 4-9. I I think queens are probably at top of his calling range. I think it's clear check raise. Clear check raise. Okay, king 10, we're gonna call ace this fold, king 10, ace queen 5. He's c-betting a lot. Against this size, I wouldn't have a lot of check raise range. Against this big size on the board, where it's good for him, having a significant range advantage over me. So I would just protect my call range. I would also slow play hands like fives here, hands like ace 5 also. I'm gonna fold it on turn. He's turned double barrel 50%, but we don't see the hands. I think you see, like in dead spots with queens, I think like I would check raise queens always. I would check raise a lot of jacks, tens. I would check raise hand like 10 jack suited with the backdoors. 1/3. Big blind versus cut of 29, 35% calling or 3-betting. No surprises. He check raises here. Our hand folds. King 10 opening. This is fold. King 10 we're gonna open. Check raise 12%. Bigger size, 2/3 is okay. Go 1/3 on the turn. Go 1/3. What is calling double barrel here? He's gonna have like 5, 6s, 7s with diamonds, 4s. He's gonna have also hand like ace jack with the diamond, ace queen. He's not 3-betting all ace queens for sure. So he can have bluff range. Folding 5 sometimes pre, sometimes yes. It depends also who's 3-betting me in what positions, but sometimes I fold it. In these positions I fold ace queen, but he's opening 22% also like me. But I didn't see any 4-bet. He does 4-bet a lot, but we don't see a hand out of position. We don't see one showdown, so we don't know the hands. Ace queen, I think in this position, strictly just looking by positions, is a fold. ace queen off. But if he's pushing it too much and we are 3-betting more than GTO, we can then call because he will 4-bet wider. I see 4-bet, they 4-bet against me hand like ace jack off, even in like I saw it like middle position versus cutoff. Hand like king queen off also I saw a couple of times. So when I see like that, then I'll definitely never fold ace queen. We can bet, we can check here. I think I'm gonna check with jacks. I'm gonna go with delay 1/3. I think it's a really good play. Think it's a good play. I think it's really good play. I think delaying with small size has the most sense also, because people overfold to delays, and then the small size has really a lot of sense to make them, you force them basically to call more. So ace jack as a step doesn't have much sense. If he's not bluffing the river, doesn't have much sense. Fold, fold, fold. Deuce 4, fold. Let's see what happened there. I want to see this hand. Ace blocker. Okay. This guy check calls now when he called an ISO, and he didn't continue bluffing with ace jack. Okay. King 10. What was this? 4-bet or what? No, it's a limp 3-bet. I'm sorry, limp 3-bet. Limp 3-bet. Folding this. Okay. We need to get into the shape. I didn't play a lot in these last 3 weeks, I think. I want to get into the shape. And depending, maybe we can even stream tomorrow. Maybe we can even stream tomorrow. Let's see what's happening in the Super Sport. In Super Sport, we only have one table now. And it's not that great. Few short stackers, and I don't like that. I think this table is decent. It's all Rex and Samsung Lu Ali. And we can get sample on them, that's good. This guy falls to c-bet 65%. I'm gonna 3-bet here. 8s. He's opening to a tighter size from UTG, it seems. Yeah, that's maybe even like GT opening. Look at this size. Feels like an ace king always. What do you think about going with a check raise on the turn? We block ace jack, the hand that is pretty high in the ace check behind range. Betting 80%, he's bluffing threes in this spot, so I'm not afraid of it. Folding this. We're gonna check raise. We're gonna be polarized. Or betting. This is his call versus an overbet. Did I watch any movies lately? I did. I watched one movie. It's called Project Adam. It's for kids movie, but it was okay. It's Ryan Reynolds is in the movie, and I like Deadpool. He like Deadpool is one of the funniest that superhero movies. So Deadpool one was I watched it in the cinema, and I was crying from laughter. Deadpool 2 was good, but not that good. And I watched this movie. It's kids movie, but it's not that bad. I would grade him like 7 out of 10. I watched Ozark series. If you heard about it, I watched the 4 seasons, all 4 seasons, and it's pretty good series. I like it. I think I think this is maybe fold even. Let's see him against this size. I think it's okay call. It's like zero EV, I know, but it still gives us. But I mean, he's tributing against UTG. When they're double checking here, I think we can just go small. I'll just go fold it. He's tributing 0 on team stat name, so I think this small size can give us like queens to bet and check behind on the river. We're just gonna call here because we are just gonna call like hands like ace x, hands like ace jack. And now I'm just gonna jam, and we're gonna have some spades there for sure. Hands like, but I would check behind also like hand like combo draw here. So I'll bet mainly like no equity, like or like low equity like 6-7 of spade. Okay. I'm gonna go with the bigger size with ace 3. Let's see. Okay, this is clear fold. I don't need to see anything. I want to see his range. But now I don't need to. Yes, so I wanted to talk. The Ozark is really good series. It's really intense and interesting. I watched them. I watched in like few days. Uh, 4 seasons now. The second part of 4 season is coming to Netflix. It's a really good series. Interesting. Uh, Many good twists and unexpected stuff. Really smart series also. Smartly written. Good one. Watch it if you didn't. What happened there? I want to know also. Eight nine suited. This guy three bets. This guy cold calls, and this guy, I thought he jammed. Okay. Rexonia, did you watch any good movies? You write on the poker forum about movies, so I think polar size here is good, but against him I don't want to check behind with the kings that I should be checking behind, and if I'm using the polar size, but let's see. This guy is pretty tight, not that aggressive. Let's see how much he folds to see bet. Folds to a see bet. Yeah, he folds to see bet really a lot. I'm gonna check behind. I think ace queen is betting the flop mostly, so we can check behind jacks. So we have jacks. Look at this fold to see bet 55% against the hero. I mean, even against anybody is 55% out of position. Insane. Against 1/3 folding 53%. I'm going to want 1/3 here. I think I'm gonna mainly call. Check raise 2.8. Feels like feels like I'm gonna jam. Feels like like pocket pair that's check raising. Feels like pocket sevens, eights, sixes. Feels like that. And now when he's check calling the turn, it really feels like that. We can go with the smaller, so we can bet even hands like jacks, queens. But I'm gonna float here hands like queen jack with the backdoors king queen always. So I'll just jam river because now I'm gonna be a polarize. Bet check bet. I don't think this guy knows how to bluff bet check bet. We lost the time, but from what I remember him, he's not that aggressive, and I see he's after checking turn, he's always value betting basically. So, and he can just bet check bet like every ace probably. So you know that in Osijek Hajduk was taking away a pure penalty. You know that. So So penalty. And it was a clear one. Mission accomplished. When you write, you need to take into account that I have a delay. So I just don't know, I will not know every time on what hand you are talking about. So please just give me more details. So as you write with that hand, you give me a board structure, you give me the context of the hand so I know. Because now I just don't know which hands you are talking about. So always remind me, give me the context and everything. And one more thing, in position, generally in position, there's no like much difference between sizes regarding EV difference. So I think you can even have just one size in position. It's not that big difference. Some boards are tricky because some boards really prefer like a big size, but generally even if you go 1/3 it's okay. Generally I prefer having more sizes because it's just uh, much harder to play against more sizes, but it's harder. You need to learn strategy more in depth. We're gonna open against two fish in position. Jack 8 suited, 6/8 I'm gonna fold, 8/9 I'm gonna open. Rise if big blind versus early 15% three betting. Let's check him out quickly because I think he will be a lot tighter, a lot tighter, a lot tighter than the stats show. 3-bet big blind versus early position, yes, 2% on 1.2 million hands. We're gonna fold it easily then. All in. Wow, this guy. This hand is partly 3-bet in my big blind versus small blind polarized range. Couple of 8/9 off, couple of 8/10 off, couple of Jack 8 off, Jack 9 off, King 8 off, stuff like that. You see here, I'm going to use here bigger size, just basically because my hand prefer like, I'm just going to act like have 8s, 9s, 10s, and I'm going to bet them bigger. So I'm just going to use bigger size here. Unfortunately nothing here. With our kings, we're going to 3-bet this. Let's see in the 3-bet deep pop-up how this guy reacts. You see that he calls. We're just going to 3-bet it, and we're going to 3-bet this. We're going to 3-bet this. We need to go to another table, unfortunately. But we have 2 of them free. So it will be okay. We're just going to start jamming against this guy. He 4-bets a lot against us. Let's see, against the hero 15%, against the hero, okay, this is 0%, against the hero 4.5. We're just gonna start jamming. We're just gonna start jamming. We're gonna tighten up our 3-bit range and we're gonna start jamming. Our hand is also a clear 3-bit button versus big blind versus button. So we're just gonna go and just jam a lot, and we're gonna jam like when we see that he's really forbidding us a lot. We're just gonna jam hands like tens, hands like tens, nines, hands like ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, stuff like that, and we're just gonna call kings and aces and queens and like hands like ace king, just to strengthen our 4-bit range, because strengthen our call 4-bit range, because he's gonna, I see if he's 4-betting against us 14% or 14, it's a 4-bit range, not 14%, it's much higher, it's 40%, and 11 4-bit range against that it was 14. We're just gonna go jamming our like hands like ace 5, ace 4 suited, and call stronger hands, hands like ace king, because his bluffs will be dominated with the ace king, and call like aces and kings. And that will generally be really good, and I'm going to do it. So I'll just tighten up a bit. We don't have any sets in the range, so we just can check raise a lot. We don't have 8s, 9s because we are not and if we are check raising, we're just gonna use like this size, like we have here king queen off 50% and king jack, so I'm just gonna use this size. We can just bet king queen and king jack here without problems. We are against 65% of the range, so it's not that big of the problem. We can just bet it. This is strange. Let's go here. After checking turn in position, he's basically repping an ace-x. I'm gonna fold against him. Gonna check behind. If he checks, I'm gonna bet the river, small size. I'm gonna fold this. We need to find the table. We need to find the table. We need to find the table. Until we find, maybe we can play here. Maybe we can play here. I'm gonna open sevens. And I'm just gonna go in the wait lists. I think checking hands like sevens have sense a lot. Look at this guy calling range. Call or 3-bet, it's like 80%. It's like he defends everything. Okay. He's gonna probably have a lot of hands like interesting. I wanted to say if he's defending that much, he's gonna have hands like queen 6, 4, 5. Look at this. Okay, he stabbed the flop, right? Stabbed the flop. I'm gonna check behind here. He stabbed the flop, checked the turn, and now he's give up with the 5 high. Let's check the Mr. Loves. Mrs. Okay, Miss Loss. Fish. Okay. Playing 34-8. Okay. We did get a full table. 3.5, okay. Think it's okay. We're gonna go like this. And remind me when we go to PO to check that hand out with when we had ace queen in the 4-bet pot, because I said it's really okay just to fold it on the flop. I don't think we can do nothing except calling with here. Even his squeeze range, I will see that it's 14%, but I don't think it's 14%. But we don't have anything we can do other than call with the tens. This will be tricky. This will be really tricky. I don't think many players will continue here with bluffs. If he's continuing with the blocker. Yep. I'll just try to find him just to see his range in better way than like this. Pretty tight range. I'm just gonna fold against him. Tight fold, but from what I see in the Steam stat name, from what I see, I don't think he's gonna bet it multi-way like ace queen or ace king. Maybe with the ace blocker he will, but you know what else? He's like, I don't think like jacks and queens are betting 1/3 on the flop. But I don't know that. I would definitely call with the club, but pretty disgusting spot. Pretty disgusting spot. That 1/3. I just need to have better information about his. I wanted to know this. How he plays multi-way. Tough spot. I also want to see a little bit of heads up. I like heads up, but generally on stars they don't play that much. I think it's because of the limitation of the 4-table limitation. This guy is a fish. Oof, pretty fucked up spot with tens. I just played that hand with experience, from experience, how they play multi-way. Okay. Jack 5. This guy's fish, I think, also. Vampire. Tough spot, it was a tough spot, but he did squeeze against UTG. I will have better hands than tens. I'm gonna go with the no bet on the flop. I think it's pretty hard board to hit, and he's gonna have really a lot of air. I'm gonna have a lot of our pairs. We have range advantage. He doesn't have almost any two pair combination except 6-7 suited that should sometimes also 3-bet. We're gonna call sometimes ace queen, sometimes 3-bet. I'm gonna call this combination with ace of hearts, first card. Ace 3-9. We prefer big size. On the ace high, we want to be polarized. Let's check this guy up. This is also a spot where, I mean, we need to call, of course, but this is not the spot they are gonna block. And this guy is bad reg, really bad. See this. 28-22, losing 35 big Bs. We're just gonna put it as a bad drag. I don't know why he has that marked. I still feel we can just, I mean, it's hard we can fold the turn because you don't have much stronger hands than ace queen and a flatting range. But when we bet big and he check raise, I feel like players are just not gonna do it with bluffs a lot. I think even we can fold the turn. I mean, basically from the GTS perspective, we can never fold. But okay. Anyway, immediately when I saw this play, I didn't think like weak reg is bluffing, and I saw on the turn that he's weak reg. And weak reg is just not check raising the flop against 2/3 of the pot, and but we don't know how he plays. I mean, we don't have stats, we don't basically know. We only have that he's playing 20, 28, 22, 13 3-bet, folding a lot. On the flop he has aggression really high. Also on the turn it's okay, but on the river it slow downs. His check raise is 90% on the flop, so basically, I mean, flop is clear call, but on the turn I felt he's not gonna bluff. I don't think he's, you mean he should be bluffing hands like queen jack of clubs, queen jack of diamonds. We don't block that. That's nice, but still. Queen, Queen Jack of Hearts. This type of hands. So my instinct on the turn was fold. I think I would call with the club definitely with tens there. Just basically I need to defend that spot because it's. I mean I need to defend. I need to defend tens there with the club. There's no way I can fold it. If I can fold that, I need to know exactly strategy what player is playing, and I don't know that. So generally, when I think about pool, how the pool is playing that spot, they squeeze against UTG not that much. Maybe like 6% will be getting squeezed, so it's nines plus. He's gonna have bluffs ace queen and ace king and suited broadways, and we need to know, is this guy gonna bet ace blocker, ace queen or ace king blocker into the three players on the low board where all these other two players have a lot of pocket pairs in the range? Is he gonna try to bet it and make them fold it? So I don't know that. That's why I call the tens on the flop. And on the turn, I don't know how he will play the turn. You know, he has so many jacks, queens, kings, and aces. He needs to bluff that ace of clubs. But without a club, I don't think the tens are that good, so I fold them. I would call with the club definitely, just because I don't know his strategy that well that I can fold it. But generally, from my pool, knowing of how the pool plays, it's not great spot. But with the club, I would call. I would go 1/3 here. He's three betting really a lot, so ace jack is always a three bet, I think. Okay. And fold this. Queen 3 fold. How did Darren play that hand? Let's see where he lost. Let's see this hand also. This guy is checking queen jack against the fish that's falling to c-bet 35-0. Where did Darren how did the Darren lost from this? He was full stack, right? Okay, he lost here. Ah, okay, he lost in this hand. Let's see what happened. Fold to jam. Okay. Here did rebuy. Not easy decision with that tens, but I think it's a fold in that positions. In my pool, how the pool plays, understanding, I think it's a fold. And I would call like also queens there. I would call sometimes even aces. And I have so many pocket pairs. We have sets, we have also pocket pairs with the club. So I think we can fold tens. Because even if he's bluffing with that ace queen, ace king, he still has a lot of equity against our tens. So definitely. But again, we can also check that spot in PO. I think it's good to check that spot also. What's happening in the Super Sport? Two tables. Ooh. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 fishes at the table. on Super Sport. 4 fishes at the tables. And pretty big ones. Let's see what happened there. Donks, pot, checks the turn. Wow, this guy had trips on the flop. Fold. Deuce, jack, fold. I have read about against him. Fold. Crazy Andy, we're gonna trip it. We're gonna open. He's tributing 33, so that's really good. We're gonna go 24.5. Let's see, just to see his range approximately. One over bet. Jam on the river. Jack Jack. Jack Jack are a little more higher in our range. But you know what? I would always call queens. Jacks are tricky because a lot of his bluffs should contain the jack. I would just say that maybe tens are better than jacks when I think about it, because what he's squeezing against UTG, he's squeezing like hand like king jack suited, maybe even queen jack suited, and that hand needs to bluff because he's blocking our queens and jacks. I think the tens are better than jacks. Even their jacks are higher in the range. I think we'll see in PO, but I feel like tens are even better call. So I would call tens with the clubs always. I would also call jacks with the clubs, but I think I would fold jacks without clubs also. Hmm. Just that I find another one. I think this is also close. I think his tribet is not that big. Let's see his tribet. I think that I remember that it's really low. Okay, it's 13%. Okay, it's called. Look at this. I didn't insert. Go 1/3. We still have king, queen, queen, jack. Do we want to bluff fours in this? I think we want to bluff like on 7, on an 8. But it's really hard to find bluff. I'm gonna check this up. Because we still beat his ace king and ace queen. I would definitely bluff like on a 7, on an 8. I still think we need to bluff sometimes. Or maybe bet. I mean, what are we trying to fold? If we are trying to fold with an overpair, we need to bet big on the river. But queens and kings are hardly folding. So yes, I would just bet on the bluff on the 7-8 run out. Or even jack. Then jack is good because now I'll jam every jack. Check. Let's go to the river pop-up. After check, turn in position. We don't know. But does he bet tens jacks with this size now? I don't think. I think he's betting with the smaller size on the river hands that he's repping now. I think it feels like he's now only repping a king X with this size and pocket nines, because he's not betting like 8x with that size, I think. A lot of interesting spots today, a lot. We should go into PO and check them all out, and then work a little bit in the GTO trainer to see how good we are. I need to get back into the shape to attack high stakes, you know. I want to get back into my good shape to be the best I can be, and then we can attack high stakes. We started the high stakes MTTs. We now need to go to the high stakes cash. I want to jam the turn, so like this. Ten, 7, 5, trees for jamming. I want to know his call range in position. I will try to see it in because if it's like 20%, we can bet 1/3 without problems. 3.2. Okay. Let's see, call on the button. Yes, it's like 30%. Okay, so he's gonna have king 9 off in the range, stuff like that. I'm just gonna bet turn again. The guy get what? Jack on the river, right? 5. Deuce 5, we're gonna fold it, of course. We're gonna open 8, 10. So I want to get back into the shape in next like 2 weeks. I'm gonna bet this combo. We have 10 high, quite nice turn possibilities. I'm gonna bet it on the turn. We can bet 8s, 9s here, 10s. Doesn't matter a lot. Phew. I was in really good shape before. We did complete that 10 BBs challenge I wanted to do just for myself, because when we streamed before 2 years, I streamed that Zoom challenge, and when I played Zoom, the guys told me that's impossible to get win rate, the win rates I had on iPoker, and then I made a challenge. I just said to myself, I told them then, I think I can have like 6-7 BBs without problems on the NL200, and now we came to the 10 BBs on 210k hands. So that's something I resolve now. I wanted to start play high stakes MTTs also. We're just gonna go with the 1/3. You need to remember his range is really wide. Just think about the size. I'm gonna go a little bit bigger, like this. He'll have like off broadways in this spot, and 9 is not that great of the card. It's really connected. Now it's not, I mean, 10 jack got there, and he probably has it off. 9-10. He's still gonna have, I think, hands like ace-10, ace-jack in the range. We're gonna see, but not the greatest turn, and not the turn I want to jam ace-king. I'm gonna fold it. Carol is asking me, do I play 9 max, right? Full ring 9 max. I never played 9 max in my life, except on the MTT tournaments. I never played in my life. In online, live I did play it a lot. Even 10 max live, I played. But I don't like to play it online. Live it's okay, but online I don't like to play it. What do you guys think about full ring? Do you play it? What do you think about it? I think weak hand. Wanna raise it? Fold here. Let's do half pot. We need to fold now hands like low pocket pairs. Hands like sixes I want to fold out. Fours. And now it's really fucked up spot. I'm gonna bluff it, but it's not great. I mean, I'm repping 10x, that's why I bet like this hand, like, or hands like jacks. I'm repping hands like jacks basically, or queens. Don't like it against the fish, but I don't see what we can do else. And I saw went to showdown 29, it was 30, so I like it. Dina, you're saying that people overfold button versus big blind spots. What that means? What that means? They don't defend big blind enough. Then look at this big blind. This guy is definitely defending it even more than it should be. This guy is not, because he's calling of the big blind versus button, and 3-betting is like 40%. It's like around GTO. I'm gonna call this. This guy falls to a 3-bet really a lot. Oh. It's not, he's falling out of position, generally overfolds. You see, but not small blind against big blind. So I didn't saw it out. So it's a clear 3-bet. Let's see how he plays. This is small blind versus big blind, pop up. And now when he checks here, I think it's clear that most of the times he's gonna have like a medium strength hand. Hand like a pair, maybe 9x, or hand like 10s, 8s, stuff like that. And we can take that. So generally this guy's fish, but he defends, this guy defends 80% calling or three betting. This guy's around 40, but big blind versus button will be 37. This is 50%, it's more than the GTO. So I didn't notice that, and it's strange that you did, but I don't think that's the case. This guy is calling 42% and three betting around 10, so it's 52% three betting or calling. So even he is not overfolding. I don't like to ISO here against this player when he's really short, so I will not do it. I will not do it. Even this hand is too pretty to fold. If he's having 15 blinds, yes, but 25 blinds, I don't like it. Because I don't want to ISO and get shoved on. And even when he calls, we don't have playability. He's too short, just too short. Orbit ship. Okay, opening here. We're gonna call it 14%. It means that all ace jacks are there. All ace jacks are there. Do we want to check behind here? Look our range. Our float is like ace queen with the backdoors. Ace queen, and that's ace queen of spades and clubs. We have king queen. Let's go 1/3. Jam. Queens, looks like a queens. Ace 10, okay, he bluffed with ace 10. That's good. Big size with the ace 10, I like it. I would bet turn with the 1/3 because he has ace queen and ace king always. So 1/3 on the turn I would bet. We had pretty good we had pretty good flop. We block aces and ace 3 and ace jack that is betting this big size. Even aces can go 1/3, but it's nice to have like ace 3 with the backdoors, blocking aces, blocking ace jack. Now mission accomplished. We will say you see that you don't need to open deuces on the UTG. I think Crazy Andy played it. I don't like the turn check. But still he needs to protect that queens and kings. So I understand. He's gonna have also a hand like king jack suited. So I understand the check with the ace 10. And go 1/3 with the like ace queen and ace king. 6-8 suited. Let's go to the super sport. What's going on? One table on super sport. Only one table on super sport. Maybe tomorrow I can stream a little bit of the super sport. I think I'll just trade it here. I don't expect a lot of folds in the meta game we have. But he shouldn't be like betting whole range. And I think he's betting a lot. Wow. 4-bet range, look at this. 1.4 bet. 4 bet is 1.4. I'm just gonna fold it. 1.4. Like this. Let's see his fold versus river bet. I feel like he's folding a lot on the rivers. 60% on the big size. After check folding. I really feel he's like folding really a lot. What is calling a double barrel? Calling a turn after a check raise and folds river. He did probably fold hand like ace x, ace jack maybe. We're gonna 4-bet it to, let's see his 3-bet just to have an idea about his range. Okay. Against us it's even like 7% against us, so even tighter. I think he's not gonna have queens and kings definitely in the range. Let's see what he did call a 4-bet with. Queen jack. Jacks, okay. Jacks will be there for sure. Tens will be there for sure. I'm just gonna jam here. We can go 1/3 again or 1/4, but I'm just gonna jam it. This guy doesn't fold a lot on 3-bets, so against him I wouldn't use polarized strategy on the big blind. 1.4 4-bet range. I folded ace queen. A little shameful, but I think against him it's okay. Okay, the guy called 4-bet. Let's see what he calls 4-bet with out of position. Ace queen suited. Let's see small blind versus button call 4-bet. Small one versus cutoff we have, but we don't know the range. Let's see, just he called 4-bet only once, and he called here also with the ace queen suited, so 2 times. I'm just gonna 3-bet because I have so many. I'm gonna raise just because I have so many 5x hands that is checking behind to punish that. What happened? I didn't see. 4-bet. The guy bet 1/4. I think here we want to go bigger, because for example our tens, jacks all wants to bet bigger. I think bigger size. Our bluffs are our bluff 4-bet range is ace 10, ace jack, king queen off, king jack off, hands like king 9, queen 9 and jack 9. I think it's a lot better to bet 1/3. We can bet really a lot here. He's 3-betting small one versus button 16%, so he's gonna have 7s and 8s into the range also. I'm gonna check behind. One third. We're just gonna go with bigger size also here. He doesn't fold to flop at all. Okay. Today we had a lot of interesting spots. I'm really looking forward to going to Pio, and we'll do it without delay. So stay. We will go to Pio. We'll see what Pio says. We will see what I think before, and we can go with the check. We can go with the bet multi-way. This guy check folds really a lot. We did get lucky now. Really lucky, but we wouldn't fold on basically any turn. The guy slow played. I think we can also call in this spot. We look really strong when we do this in the two players. So I don't even mind having like call here. I think it's okay. I think it's really okay. So let's go like have pot here. I think it's okay. Maybe we'll play a little bit of heads up now. We're gonna have that jack X also, so I'm just gonna go like this. I don't know what to do here, to be honest. I'm not a fan of this play, but this guy, look at his aggression. He's just gonna check behind on the river. He's gonna check behind that queen X. We'll find another table. We have a really good table here. Regs that we played with, and a good reg here, and probably fish here, so it will be fun. It will be fun. So guys, what do you say? A little bit of PO learning, and we can then exercise a bit in the PO, because I want to get back into a shape. There is no better way than to exercise. We'll get jammed here. I just feel it. I just know it. And the worst possible hand. Can we get one bad beat today? No. I'm not gonna fold when he jams 14 blinds, 15, how much he had. Because I just felt that he's gonna jam, so. And this is also a spot that I don't like. don't like the spot. And like also before 2 years, when I made that Zoom challenge, all the people from the pool were watching and writing a lot of stuff. I played 100k hands challenge on the Zoom, and they told me like I didn't ever play on PokerStars until then, and they told me PokerStars is too heavy. The best players are here. There is no way you can get like, and I wanted to bet that I can get like 7-8 big blinds there also, but I didn't have any sample, so it was pretty hard, and all of them say it's impossible. And today we also had question, you think in like few years will poker be profitable? I think poker will always be profitable for some players, and it's always be unprofitable for most of the other players. I really don't like this. Really don't like this spot. Because we're gonna lost a lot of on the hands like ace jack, jack 10, ace queen should be barreling the turn. So most I think we're gonna lost against ace jack. I just felt we need to bluff this. Yes, we definitely need to bluff this. We have so many two pairs. Just I think we need to bluff this with big size, like 2/3. Immediately I knew we need to bluff it, but I didn't. I didn't even see his skip cbet and fold river, which is 99%, and I should have done it. That means his check behind range on the turn is capped. Bad check behind range on the turn in 3-bet pots. We can even see his check behind. Okay. This is check flop, check behind flop range, also pretty weak. So generally I think his check behind ranges will be weak, because if we see this skip cbet and fold, if he's skip cbetting on the turn, he's basically folding on river. Let's see also here. I see also really folds a lot in this single raise spots. So it's a clear bluff, and I didn't do it. You see, like that's the things you notice when you get out of the shape a little, because I immediately have had a feeling, okay, this is the we need to bluff this, and I didn't do it. That's telling me I'm not in my 100% shape that I should be. One table and super sport going on. Eight, nine suited we're gonna call. And also a live poker, for example, live poker didn't change like in last 5 years at all. Nothing's changed. I played before 4 years, and it's pretty much everything is the same. I want to see his cbet stats, and I want to see his opening stats. Cbet in position pretty high, not really aggressive on the turn. Flop cbet 58%. Now it's important to know how many ace high he does check on the flop. And we don't know anything about him. I just see his team stat name, stats. He's a big fish, but still. Fold. Against UTG I will fold it. Against tight UTG open. He opens UTG and middle position the same. Okay, a little bit of the king 10 thereof, which is okay, and everything else is standard. He's distributing 24%, so I'm folding 6-7 off immediately. Labels. I will tell you the labels. Arrow. Purple one is a good reg. Red ones are regs. This is the green one are fishes. Blue ones are bad regs, weak regs, and that's basically it. And the orange one are nits. Nits. For this, what I have about this player, nothing. I need to. Why is your HUD instead of the one time? Redlo is asking me why my HUD is a subscription instead of the one-time payment. It's because we have in a plan a lot of updates, and we are gonna add stuff to range research where you can analyze pool better. That's coming with the next update. We're gonna add a lot more boards where you will see how much they fold in 3-bet pots and ace XX, ace low low, ace 1 Broadway, king XX, jack XX. You will see all of that stuff, and we are constantly our plan is to constantly give updates, and real good updates. So by doing one time, I need to put a lot of big price because Hand2Note ask from us to put like $600 if we are doing one time, and I didn't want to do it because then HUD would be only privileged to the high stakes players or good midstakes players, and I wanted to give opportunity to everybody to get a HUD. Even the low stakes players just buy HUD for 1 month. They tried, nobody returned it. They tried, they make money with it, and they can buy. They make money with the HUD to be able to pay for the program. So I think this was the much better way like this than to put $600 to HUD for one time. And then like people generally people just you're discouraged from getting good updates like this when people constantly subscribe again. I just want to give them new content. I want to upgrade the program, so I feel like I need to upgrade it to offer them something else, and that's the reason why we arrange like this. I think it's better like this for the customers and for myself also, because basically I play with my HUD. I want the HUD to be the best possible, and I want that also the low stakes players can have it, and let HUD help them get money, be profitable, or crush the game if they are good. Then it's easy for them and easy for me. But if I put it like $600 one time, then only like 20 players will be buying it, and I didn't want to do it. We put it like that in Hold the Manager too. We put it to $450, and we didn't sell like too many of those one, and only mid stakes and high stakes players bought it. But we had problems with the Hold the Manager because he couldn't fully use the power of the breakthrough. You couldn't add like so much definition and stuff, and Hand2Note can do it without any trouble. So donk flop, let's see the donking range. Jack 10, he donked 2/3. With the backdoor sour cards, we're just gonna go with the call. Ace Jack is not too perfect because a lot of his bluffs will contain a 10x. I think now that he's like checking that he's mostly giving up. This guy looks like some type of showdown hand, like I don't know, pocket pair. I'll just go with. I will bluff like this. This guy has a weak hand. This guy can have 7x. I think we'll lose against some shitty hands like pocket fives against him, or this guy will show up with I don't know 7-8. So I don't like size. Maybe size should be a little more like half pot, but I feel like then this guy would probably have urge to call it off. That's why I use bigger size. Mission accomplished is suffering from the internet trouble, lost connection. I had a trouble a lot with the Techcom, same as you. They're just really shitty company. I hope I did explain why I put it as a sub, but what is most important for me, breakthrough will get better and better and better because it's in my best interest, because I make money from poker. I don't make money from selling that program. I play poker. That's all I do. So in my best interest, that breakthrough is the best version possible, and it's also in your best version, the people who buy, that the breakthrough will get upgrades and get better and better. Okay, we are tributing here, and like we said, if this guy 4-bets us, we're just gonna jam tens. If you remember our strategy from before, this is his 4-bet range against a hero. Against a hero, 15% here. 15. This is the this is the 4-bet range, so it's 15% of a range, not 15% 4-bet. It's 4-bet range, and also here is like 3% 4-bet range against a hero, and here is like 4.5, so 4.4. So I feel like he's 4-betting us a lot, so I wanted to change the strategy to tighten up a bit, to bluff shove hands like ace 5, ace 4, hands like 9s, 10s, and slow play my queens, kings, aces, ace king. And also, what hand I like to jam is king 10 suited. I feel it's really, because you will probably fold out ace queen. Even some people called against me ace queen shove. I was like, they just saw me like that. They just called with the ace queen few times. Even in like middle position versus button, I was jamming ace king and I saw like ace queen. But when you shove like that king 10, you will be getting called against an ace king, but you are not blocking ace queen at all. And if he's like 4-bet all, and some players are 4-betting all of the ace queens, then it's like 16 combination, you're going to fold out. And if you're getting even called, like king 10 is not doing that bad. So I like to jam also king 10. So that's the strategy that I like to use against the guys that are just over 4-betting me, because we are tributing a lot and they will tend to do so, and I have stats that are showing that they are doing that, and that I just shove ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited, king 10 suited, 10s, all that like hands that wants the immediate folds, and I slow play with big hands. Even like I don't jam ace king anymore that against this type of players, because if they have like ace jack off, ace queen off, my ace king will just be doing fine and I will play it without problems. So 4-6, gonna fold it. So what is in the plan? My plan is to get into the shape, to attack the high stakes, to I will stream also high stakes MTTs. We make a few MTT streams. It was really fun. Uh, every time I streamed MTTs, I gave 15%, 10 and 15% to first 5 players that apply to a stream on the forums. We can do sometimes even 10 players, so it's much more fun for you guys uh, to watch the stream. Like you'll feel like you also play with me together, and that's the reason why I will do it also in future. Sometimes we'll give even 20%. It will just be better for you. That is the hand that we could have fold out. We are not blocking any bluffing range in this spot. And the guy has make pretty polarized turn size, so pretty clear call. We're gonna go 1/3 against weaker player, folding a lot to a c-bet. Great. Really good. So that's the goal, people. That's my goal. You can be with me. We can also work together. I like to learn, and when I learn in company of people, it's better because we have many other points of views. We will do it always if you are interested after the session without the delays. We can go through hands that we played or we didn't sure how to play them, and today there were a couple of that type of hands. We can go through that. We can then you can then practice with me in a GTA trainer. I just want to I'm so pumped for poker. I really enjoy playing, so I always learn the best when I play the best. And look at his squeezing range. I will forfeit it because he's and fish is here. He's gonna do it probably. Look at this versus hero, 19%, 16%. So he's probably like doing like 8s plus ace jack. So we're gonna forfeit it. Get it in. We can sometimes call and slow play three-way with ace king suited. Ace king off. Ace king suited is better to do it. We're just gonna call it. The guy jam stands. So we can chirp with the ace king suited, fish involved in. We can do it. But this guy is just, it's like really high, and against us like 20% against our early position, middle position open. So basically when I see that, I'll just go with the 4-bet with the ace king suited, getting it in. The guy jam with the 10s, which I think is clear call in these positions. So that's the plan, guys. I want to be better and than ever. I'm really pumped. I'm pumped for tournaments also. I also got to the 10 BBs on iPoker, 10 BBs on PokerStars, on Midstakes. I just feel like I played really good and crushed them. So I want to make a next step. Like in tournaments, I saw that I don't have any problems playing with the high stakes MTTs. I felt that I'm much better than than like all of them on MTTs. Have I tried on ACR Blitz? No, I didn't ever play Blitz on ACR, but I did. Uh, the problem is I play in European times from like 11 till 6 in the morning, and in that time it's early in America, so they don't have a lot of traffic in that time when I play. So I just can play there. Uh, During the day, I'm with my kids. I'm outside with my friends playing basketball, uh, going into walks, stuff like that. We're calling with the queens here. Again, seems like loose range. Let's see the red. Let's see the c-bet size. Okay, we're gonna call it. He can bet like he also can like ace king with this size without problems. What he's gonna do now? Kings, I feel he would bet with the bigger size on the flop. If we are bluffing here, we are polarized. Bluffs that have really sense are hands like king, jack of hearts. We have also king 10 and king jack of spades. So it's okay. Tiradlo, do you have some things you want to share about why are you asking me? Did I play ACR Blitz? Usually I don't play Zoom. Do you have any thoughts about it? Why did you ask that? Do you play Zoom like there or do you play Blitz there? What are your thoughts about the game? And when is the top hours to play? Can you tell that? Okay. We need to raise also sometimes here. I will call it. Ace Jack is pretty much one of the best ace. It's the best ace X we have, except the two par hands. We are attributing all this ace queen, so we don't have ace queen. So we need to raise sometimes with ace jack. Not too often. Let's see his strategy. Not double barreling, and he did double barrel every time till now. He did try to bluff with the deuces here with the big size. Let's go with the half pot. I think we're gonna bet ace 10, we're gonna bet ace 9. We're gonna bet some lower ace X hands. Okay, the guy folded. We're gonna fold this. I wanted to say about the MTTs. What I noticed, for example, I started to playing $11 tournaments. That is, I started last year, and $11, $20, and $30 are the same players. Even like that, 10, 11, 10, 20, and 30 are basically the same players. Then, like 30, 50, 100 are the same player. 30, 50 are pretty much also the same players playing. And then like 100, 200, 50, 100, 200 are playing the same players. And then 500 players, $500 are then also like, most like 200 plus is playing also 500 and even 1K. That is what I've noticed. So cutoff versus, but I need to also call sometimes this hand. Look at his 4-bet ace king here, king jack suit. Okay, that's like all GTO. And what I noticed on like on high stakes, there are like a lot players that are just not like even remotely good as cash game players. Like players like Lex Welthus, for example. I played with him with Spraggy. Lex is terrible. I mean, I think he can beat one like NO 100. I'm sure about that. He made he doesn't even understand like range versus range. So I would say that he's like really bad. And I think like the good mid stakes cash player can easily crush high stakes entities. Flip. Can we get one today? Feels good, and now feels bad, and now it's good again. Ace 10 is a clear call, 24% of range. He should be having King 10 off, a couple of Queen 10 off also in the range. Suited ace is King 5 plus, King 5 suited plus. Queen 8 suited, couple of connectors. 8-10 suited. Let's see multi-way how he plays. It's pretty important. In position, this means how he play when he has position on both players multi-way. How he plays in that spots. He c-bets. You see, 2 out of 3 times he did c-bet. He used less than 1/4 and half pot size. We are gonna bet it. I'm not gonna float or raise. This is his call range, small blind. We see Jack 10 off. He did probably call against the fish or something, I don't know. Why didn't you play? Why don't you play just normal tables? Because in Zoom games, the problem is that there is no, you don't have any table dynamics. It's hard to play like that. One big part of poker, which is really important one, table dynamics. It can give you a lot of reads. It can give you a sense what your opponent is doing, and that is just removed from the game tree. So I don't know why we're playing that. Usually, I know that people play that because they want to make a big volume. But look at, I mean, I started to play only 4 tables in the last 2 years. I only play 4 tables, and I feel the best when I play 4 tables. I feel like when I play 4 tables, I play the best poker. Even when I go to 6 tables, I started to lose table dynamics. I don't see what they are doing. I don't see the hands they have with other players. So I just don't understand why people even play the Zoom games. Why do you do it's a big part of what poker is unique, and a big part of the skill set, because table dynamics, to see how your opponent thinks, how your opponent reacts to some plays, that's all removed from the Zoom. And I know that a lot of players can take advantage in these spots like crazy, and it's all removed. One big skill set. Just that you can make volume. I always prefer quality over quantity. Always. I was working on the breakthrough for 2 years. For Hand2Note. 2 years. I could have, we get the offer from even like our biggest competitors for the breakthrough, and I rejected. I just wanted the breakthrough to be, because I don't see a breakthrough as like something that is in the terms of my income. It's not something even not remotely important for me, and it's just to me it's important to have the best possible cash, so I can have the best possible HUD for cash, so I can have the best information. I can know how my opponents see the game, how my opponents feels for the game. Uh, that's the basically reason. Let's see why I wanted to. It's a lot of tables on the. It's a lot of tables on the stars currently. Really a lot. Really a lot. Some of the guys from the streams are also there. Let's come in. Bizy also is sometimes on our stream. He likes to talk about strategy. He's also a good player. I had him as a weak reg, but that was before. He has improved now, and he's now ranked as a reg. So that's the reason. For me, it's most important to have the best possible tool. You want, like, you're going into the battle, you want to have the best armor, best weapon. You want to. It's same as in poker. Same. They have Raybook plus leaderboards. Okay then, but I also don't like that. This looks pretty strong. Rufin 0, let's see his 4. I mean, we are always calling a 4-bet in this spot, so we are calling a 4-bet, and his 4-bet range is pretty high. Let's see here. 2 out of 3 times ace king. Okay, ace king suited. I think also he will probably have a lot of ace queens there. Made 4-bet. I'll go like this. Don't like this too much. Feel like this guy is repping like aces or hand like ace jack. And he's only c-betting 25% multi-way. Let's go here to see, does he ever bluff raised in his life? I'll fold this. I'll fold against him. I will fold against him. I think here, I think it's a fold. I think it's a fold. Basically, let's see how our range looks like. That is calling a 4-bet. I'm calling a 4-bet with hands like tens, hands like ace jack suited, king jack suited, jacks, queens. I'm gonna call with aces. I'll have ace queens, even maybe mostly ace queen suited. I will have part of the ace king, so he's betting there 1/4. We're gonna of course call with the jacks. I'm gonna call with tens. And he's double barreling here with this smaller of the size, but we'll have a lot of hands like tens with the spade, hands like queen x. We'll continue with the ace king. Also, we'll sometimes check raise the flop. We'll continue with the ace king with blockers. We'll continue with aces. We'll sometimes check raise the flop with aces also. Without the spade, I would mainly want to check raise the flop with aces, but still I think we can fold jacks there because his bluffs are basically ace king here and hand like king jack of hearts or diamonds, but we block that, So basically he is left with the king jack of hearts. I think we can fold there. We can just fold it and fold this. Poker edge guy, poker edge deuce. Poker edge deuce. Feels like a reg, but he's a weak reg, or maybe even a fish. Let's make him as a fish. I mean, he's losing like 8 big blinds, mostly on lower limits. Fish. We'll do like this. Okay. 6-9 will be folding. 6-9 will be folding. 5-8 also. Also, what I notice, like the people who play Zoom, they never want to play live. They don't ever play live because the normal poker is not fast enough for them. Definitely, live poker is not something they will do, and I enjoy playing live. I mean, live is for me the number one, and I look forward in September because I will play live in September, and I will play like all autumn. That is my time where when I play live poker, and also in I will go to the EPTs. I wasn't 4 years to EPTs, and I really miss it. It's so great, and I think I'm much better now in the MTTs than I was then. So I will have something to say there. And also, I really think that cash players can easily learn MTTs. They just don't need that much of the time. And MTT players, they need to do a lot work that they can be even remotely good to make that transition from MTTs to cash. I'm gonna fold it. Falling there. Something really interesting is going on. This guy looks not that bluffy to me. Let's see what happened. Let's see what happened. 3-bet call. Big size call. Now it's strange. He's using this bigger size and he's now checking the turn. I feel like every hand is betting big on that flop should be continuing because his bluffs hands like queen jack, queen 10, jack 10. I think they all want to double barrel. That's why I don't like that bigger size, because you just can't range them really good. What he's gonna this guy, what he's gonna call on the cutoff versus button 3-bet call range, and then you need to think what he's gonna now call against half pot. Is he gonna immediately fold like 5s till 8s there? What is then his continuing range? Does he have king queen off? Probably doesn't. You know, why don't you just bet 1/3 and it's much easier game. We are calling here. He's stabbing on the turn. 40%, 40%. Let's go multi-way to see. We don't know. I'm going to go with 1/3. I don't like it when he would probably bluff if he has a bluff, and this feels like definitely when this this type of aggression guy do this. I think it's easy fold. He didn't ever raised, and we see that he's really passive. So he's still. I think the hand. I think we want to value bet still. Just based because he's gonna bet like king nine always. He should be betting king nine always, and hands like 10x tend to check and call on. So I think his bluffs like 10x, like 10 9 of hearts or stuff like, or like queen 10. But he's not definitely bluffing. I think strong board for our range because we are calling 5-7 off. That's 16 combinations we have of nuts that he doesn't have. We have also 6-8 off in the range, small blind versus big blind. We defend over 70%, so on that 6 I'm just gonna check it. I don't know the guy, so I don't know how he plays, so I can make plays. Let's see, I will fold this just to see is this guy, why I mark him as good. I wanted to know that. Okay, then I found the guy. The guy is okay, he's good. He's, I mean, he's okay. Don't like this. Wrapping like a queen X. I think the guys will bet this board pretty often, and I would have a lot of queen X's that can call on the river. I want to see his 3-bet range just to know. I wouldn't even mind a fold there against a tight player. His 3-bet, okay, his 3-bet button versus cutoff is around 14%, okay? So all ace jacks here are in the range, king jack off hands. Ace king, and he didn't double barrel here. Look at this. Okay. Again, OBS has fucked. He zoomed in one table. I didn't notice. Again, sorry guys. So I need to always be in one screen on OBS always, because it will just be it will just fucked up. Let's see the NBA how it's standing. My fantasy season is over. I did win 3rd place. I did win a 3rd place. Lakers are out of the playoff, which is insane. How LeBron played this season, it's insane. It's impossible. But it happened. I don't know how to feel about it. On one way, I'm sorry, I don't like LeBron James, but he did play like crazy, and one part of me is regretting that we will not see him in the playoff, that he doesn't have a fighting chance. I hate when somebody doesn't have fighting chance that is like champion and that is playing like LeBron played this year like crazy. I think It's pretty insane how good season he had. I'm sometimes calling here. I'm formatting also a lot. I think against this player I can easily play, so I can just call it. King deuce like this. I'll go with the check raise here. His tribute range cutoff versus it's around 9%. Around 9%. That means he fold immediately. Okay. That means hands like 8s plus there. Okay. So OBS is again, I always need to have it on the other monitor because it will get, I have that zoom option saveable, and then but when I play two tables it isn't that much important. When we play four it can be important, and it bugs, and I must be careful. Okay. Let's see on Super Sport what's going on. Nothing on Super Sport now. It's dead end. 5-7 we will do nothing. This guy's playing 20. Oh, let's see. 27-20. So he's not that tight. 1/3 with most of the range, right? He should be betting. We're gonna be polarized here. I'm floating here hands like Queen 10, Jack 10. So we'll have a lot of bluffs. We are all betting now. We're gonna three bet by Z. 4-8-9. I think we prefer a bigger size on this board, and I'll just go like this. We still have fives here, and hand like 8-5 suited. We always have fives here. I will never bet flop with it. I will never bet turn with it, so we always have them. That's good. Guys, are you ready for PO? Are you ready for learning now? I am. We are playing 5 hours. I want to learn. I want to see what did I do wrong. I want to know, is that hand in a 4-bet pot with ace queen fold on the flop ever against big size, or we just jam, or we have it in a cold range like I did. Don't like it, but I just need to check it out. I really want to check it out. Queen jack. I'm gonna call. This guy is a weak. I will put him as a reg fish. Ace queen. he has, we don't have significant in this spot. He has jacks and kings, we don't have. We need to be playing it passive, a lot of calling, a lot of defending our range. So we're just gonna call. I'll just go with the donk on the river. I just can't overbet here, but I think I can go like this. When he bet the turn like 1/3, I think he will check behind a lot on this river. So, and I can have some bluffs like ace of hearts bluff. So I can bluff. So mission accomplished. You are waiting for a PO. I know. I also. Let's learn. Call for. I will fall to a jam. We don't have dynamics, so fall to a jam, it's good. We have ace jack suited, king jack suited, we have all the overpairs. We are betting, I would say, range in this spot. A lot of 8s, 9s, 10s in his range. This combo with the spades is not that great because his floating range will consist of the queen of spades and the ace of spades, so it's not that great. I'll just give up here. Not the greatest turn. I don't want to jam ace queen here. Don't like the jam. Feels like bluffy. Feels like really bluffy, but what is he bluffing with? I see like ace 10 suited and king queen of hearts. Playing like this. Is he jamming like king jacks now? After my check, I will check here really a lot because I know how my range looks like. So I will check here decent amount of the time. I'll check like kings here and aces. I would jam like hand like king of hearts, ace king. But ace king is much better jam than ace queen, of course, and so that's also that. 4-9 suited. I'm gonna open it. Let's see something here. Let's go with the bigger size. 9%. Okay. He probably has king queen off in the range. Of only in the call range. He's not tributing that probably. We don't know. I'll bet this. 28. I will give up with the king 8. I will go like this, wrapping like. I will go with the bet check bet. We can bet like ace 9 here and then we get called with the tree again with the trees. I think we can even bet like king queen here and hand like ace7, ace deuce, ace 3. Not like an overbet here, doesn't have a lot of sense. So only sense it has like that medium strength size. We don't get respect. That's we don't get respect. Mm-hmm. 1/3. I'll go with the check behind here. Pretty bad river. We are calling, of course. I can go with an overbet on the turn. I can go with the normal side. I can go with the check behind. I think ace 10 is really good to check behind. Just that we can put some overbets on the river. Ace 5 7. We're not gonna float. It's just gonna fold. And we'll go through hands from the session in the PO. So check. If he's checking behind again here, what is he checking behind? Checking 2 times out of position. If we bet, we are wrapping like ace-x only that check behind the flop. Do I wrap jack x here and go with the 1/4? Let's do it. Hand like jack 10. Can we get 1/4 here? Apparently not. We could bet the turn and then go to a river and wrap a 2 pair also, but I felt like this is also okay. We need to bluff with that small size also sometimes. Calling. I don't like this too much. Of course he's gonna have kings here. This guy. But what he's now overcalling. What is he overcalling here? I don't see any value we can get. Ace 9 has sense. This guy checked even this. He had force, he didn't do anything. He bet on the river, he checked with force. But I think when this guy called, maybe he's even falling like kings 3-way and he only goes like with the jack x and hand like, I don't know, king queen of spades. Great board for him. He probably has like 6% of the 3-bet range. He can bet all range on this board. We just can't do anything with this hand. So nothing we can do basically. Let's see how much he opens against us. 61%, so 6-9 clear call. Deuce 3, not gonna float. Let's see his c-bet range. 53%. Using a bigger size, we're just gonna fold. He bluffed with the deuces in this spot with the bigger size, which is good. But on that board, I think 1/3 small blind versus big blind, king, queen, 8, 1/3 is much better. You have all the sets that big blind doesn't have, because big blind should be 3-betting 8s plus. So you just want to bet a lot more hands, and going polarized, I think it's then easy for big blind just to fold. Don't float at all. He doesn't need to float against bigger size on the flop that he doesn't have any range advantage at all, and he has like biggest range disadvantage, because even king queen is 3-betting big blind versus small blind, so doesn't have two pairs. So he used the big size on the flop, I think. Okay, deuces can go with the big size, maybe to be like to fold out some bigger pocket pairs, like fours, I don't know, fives. John Box got from 15 blinds to 152. Is that enough for him, or he will play more? %43 is not, it's around GTO, but I did see Jack 8 off and 8-10 off. Still, I don't think 5-6 we should be calling. Let's see what happened there. Will Poker Edge ever bluff with this size left? That's what I'm interested in. I rarely see players like bluff when they are left like this. Insane hand. Look at this hand. This guy calls a 4-bet, and he calls a bet on the king 10 with the 6-7 of clubs, and then he bets the turn with that, and Bazi didn't shove on them. Just don't understand why are you slow playing him. If he has a draw, you just punish him. I think this is, you're being punished because it doesn't have sense. Like even queens, you're just gonna jam queens. Why you just call and leaving like this? You did get punished. Bet. Insane hand, insane float. I just can't believe this float. Pretty insane float. Queen 7, we don't know how much the guy opens. A lot of checking on the boards that he would need to bet. So we're just gonna bet Queen 7. It's pretty low hand. I'm gonna check fold it. I'm gonna raise this, 4-bet it. We need to 4-bet around like 1/3 of the king queens off, like this combo. We have ace jack off, we have king jack suited, part of jack 10 suited. I'll go, do I want to go 1/4 or 1/3? I'll go 1/4. I'll go with 1/4. Definitely betting the turn here. We are falling to a shove. He's gonna have 8s, 10s, some type of like hand, like ace 10 of clubs. like, and when he's like jamming here, I think we have a clear fold. But I think I would bluff the river mostly on like any run out, especially like a brick. I think I would bluff this combination. Low spade also. Mission accomplished is asking me, do I know some tricks with the chips? I don't know any tricks. I just go like this. Nothing else. I'm not the guy like doing this. I just go like push, fold, push, fold, push all in, push all in. There's no like that turning chips around, around, around. I basically playing like this, watching the people, and when I do, I just put the chips in and that's it. Or I just say like all in, raise 200 or stuff like that. And I think that raise here is just silly. I mean, because we really have a lot of Jack X hands, and I would say we have more Jack hands that he does, and we are betting 140, and now he's like forcing me out of my bluffs, and I'm never gonna check king high. Like, I would say like worst river for me would be like 8. I don't even like that ace much to bluff, but brick. And 10 would be tricky. 10 would be really tricky. 10 would be really, really tricky. Because he will have 10s always that we're gonna call turn. And we have a straight. And it would be really, really, really tricky. I think I will call here, for example. This guy is distributing really a lot, but I can put him also. Even this guy is really squeezing a lot. King, queen off. It's just gonna let him in. Because this guy is also a fish. So we can just let him in. Let's put him in. Unfortunately, the guy folds. I'm gonna call. He's definitely gonna have an ace jack off in the range. I don't think he's gonna double barrel it. I would say he reps like ace queen here with the double barrel and queens. This is not good. This is not good when this player jams. But this guy is really, really bad. But I feel like it's queens. But I'm calling ace king, so there's no way I'm gonna fold it. And look at this guy. 35 big blinds losing. I would say he reps ace queen and queens only with this size. We have ace king. He should be jamming ace king, but I don't think he would because it's an overbet shove, and I think he would be like careful with ace king. So generally he's only repping queens. Generally he's repping queens and ace queen. The problem is he will have ace queens all in the range, but I'm not gonna fold ace king there in the spot where I call a squeeze against anybody, so nothing he can do. No, I don't, ne zajebavam Mission Accomplished, ne zajebavam, stvarno ne znam ništa sa čipovima. Znam ono, dođu mi ljudi onak, vrte pa nešto između, pa ovako kroz uho nešto. Nikad, evo, ljudi koji me znaju, nikad. Samo guram ili vadim ono čipove, ruknem unutra. Ne igram se s čipovima. I don't play with chips in live poker. I don't play with chips. I don't play with my chips. Twelfth time big blind. Learn. I want to learn. Teach me mission accomplished, and I will be happy. I will. Dinesi from the stream, Dino, asked me to come in Opatia for live game in September, and I told him I will come. Go with my family a bit in Opatia. I like Opatia, so play a little bit live poker there. Then I will go in Prague and in Berlin and in Perla. And in Perla. Perla is great for cash games. But sometimes they're also a good tournament, and I need to go into the shape. I didn't play live for 3 years. 2 years. 2.5 years. I was last time. I can go with the bigger side with the Jack 10. So basically that's it. Nice size. A little bit my ears hurts now. I wanted to buy a microphone, but it looks so gay when I watch people put the microphone like there, and now they're commenting. It looks so gay when the guy is doing that, so I just couldn't make myself buy a microphone. I don't want to do it. It looks so gay that I just don't want to do it. I will do it like an old school way. This is old school. A little bit of the ears hurts, but we can go through pain. 5x, not the greatest board. Let's go 1/4. Let's go 1/4. I think we can just finish now. Just to, because it's 3 a.m. and we will go into the PO, so we will work in the PO. So let's go for one more circle, and then we can see how we went without delay. We can go through hands, try to fix what we can fix, hands that we maybe misplayed, try to learn from it. We made a bet also. Let's try to win that bet. Who loses buys a drink. Who loses buys a drink, and let's go to PO after this. Deuce 4-3, nothing we will do, 3-way. What is this guy rapping now? What kind of king or like ace of spade he can have? I think like, I don't know. Okay, few more hands. We are ready. We are ready. We are going without delay. We are going without delay. Nine-month mission accomplished. 9 month September. I will come to Apatia in September to play live. September this year. Okay. I will now finish stream and then go without delay. So stay. We'll go with delay and let's work. Let's work